Gentlemen here, a very warm welcome to this excellent convention, MMA Women Convention of the year 2026 on this very interesting theme, women leading with purpose, power and generosity. So I'm sure all of you who are assembled here also following these principles. A few reminders before we get on with the program. Of course, all the dignitaries are already here. One is, kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode if you are not able to switch them off. We request you all to wear the delegate badge that has been given to you and also watch the number that is on the rear side of the delegate badge. That number is very important because we'll be calling out a few lucky winners with the lucky draw and you may be one of them. So please note your number before. There is a program sheet that's been given to you along with the kit. And on the program sheet on the reverse side, there are 4 QR codes. All the 4 QR codes are very important. Let me tell you, one is for the detailed profile of the speakers. We will display a very brief profile, but you can go through a detailed profile by scanning one of the QR codes. Then the second QR code is for sharing your questions on the Mentimeter. So, as I told you, there is also a lucky draw, which we will be calling in between. That's ad hoc. We don't know when we will call you, but we'll call the numbers. So please be available in the hall when we call the number, because if you are not there, sorry, just too bad, it will go to the next person. So we have a very short but a very crisp convention. Once you settle down in the seats, we will ensure that you are glued to the stage. And for the next 3.5 hours, you can forget about the gas cylinders and focus on the convention. So, in this floor, there are 2 restrooms. The gentleman restroom is also converted for women today. Please make use of that, just near the registration counter. Few gentlemen who are here today, please go to 2nd or 3rd floor for the restroom and leave the 1st floor one for the women. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the convention very soon. Just an information, you all must be aware that we are very active on the social media. Please follow us to see what programs we are conducting. Many of them would be very interesting for all of you. Those who are able to attend us in person, most welcome. Every program as MMA is webcast live, so please do not miss any of the MMA programs. May I request all the women outside, if you have clicked your photograph already, please come in and settle down. You have another opportunity to click the photograph again. Please do. Let's begin the proceedings very soon. Gentlemen, may I request all of you to give priority to women today, whoever is there in the hall assembled here. Thank you for coming over for Women's Convention, but please give priority to the women. And please don't leave any seats in between vacant, because there are a lot more women coming today. You know, a lot of things are happening. There's diesel shortage, petrol shortage. I think many of us are taking whatever means of transport is available to reach here. So when they come here, let them find their seats in place. I'll request you not to keep the bags, folders, anything on the chairs, and so that everybody is able to get accommodated here. So very soon we'll begin the proceedings. Once again, may I make the request to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome to all those who have assembled here and those who have joined us online. A few thousands will join us online this morning for this wonderful convention of the MMA Women Managers Convention 2026 on the very interesting theme, Women Leading with Purpose, Power and Generosity. May I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais, led by Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, President MMA, Managing Director Sundaram Home Finance Limited, Mr. Mridula Ramesh, Executive Director Sundaram Textiles Limited, Dr. Sandhya Shekhar, Convention Chairperson and Advisor, Digital and Business Strategy Independent Director, former CEO of ITMRP, Mr. Surya Prakash, Honorary Treasurer MMA and Executive Director Pure Chemicals, and of course Group Captain Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA. Yuladana, there is no clap at all. Come on, yeah, that's it. Absolutely. So I know that purpose and generosity you all display all the time, but today display your power with good clapping, right? for all the sessions, for all the speakers. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we commence all good things with blessings from the Almighty. So to begin today's, to have blessings today, let's invite Ms. Padmacha to render the invocation song. I request all of you to raise. It will be followed by Tamil Thai Varth as well.
என்னை நீ மறவாதே, என்னை நீ மறவாதே, அங்கையர் கண்ணி என்னை நீ மறவாதே, அங்கையர் கண்ணி என்னை நீ மறவாதே. உனை மறந்தோர்க்கெல்லாம் உலகினில் வாழ்வுண்டோ, உன் போல் ஒரு தெய்வம் உலகினில் வேறுண்டோ, என்னை நீ மறவாதே, அங்கையர் கண்ணி என்னை நீ மறவாதே. நாட்டினிலே மக்கள் வாழ்வு சிறந்திட நலங்கள் எல்லாம் தந்து மகிழ்பவளே, நாட்டினிலே மக்கள் வாழ்வு சிறந்திட நலங்கள் எல்லாம் தந்து மகிழ்பவளே. பாட்டினிலே இசை கூட்டி என கழித்த பைந்தமிழ் செல்வியே, பாண்டியன் மகளே, என்னை நீ மறவாதே, அங்கையர் கண்ணி என்னை நீ மறவாதே.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும், சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டனிதில், எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும், தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே, திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற, எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே, தமிழனங்கே, உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே, வாழ்த்துதுமே, வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja, for rendering that wonderful song. May I request the chief guest to present a bouquet to Ms. Padmaja as a token of her appreciation, and other dignitaries to join her, please. Padmaja, please. Padmaja, ma'am, you're singing Yanai Maravade. I don't think they'll forget your wonderful song today. Thank you so much. Let's give her a big round of applause. Once again, I request all of you to not to keep anything on the chairs. Lot of guests coming in. Please keep your folders with you and don't leave any chair in between vacant, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan is President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan D is the MD of Sundaram Home Finance Limited and President of MMA, with over 30 years of experience in the financial services industry. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan has previously held leadership roles at Sundaram AMC, GE Capital, India and Australia, and Citibank, with expertise in risk management, operations, and strategy. Mr. Lakshminarayanan is a commerce graduate, cost accountant, and MBA from Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Chennai.
I now invite Mr. Lakshminarayan to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Group Captain. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my distinct privilege today, as the President of MMA, to extend a very heartfelt welcome to each one of you at the MMA Women's Managers Convention 2026. Today, we gather not just as professionals, but as champions of progress to celebrate and advance the pivotal role of women in leadership. Our theme, Women Leading with Purpose, Power and Generosity, beautifully captures the essence of women as catalysts for transformation, whether steering businesses to new heights, shaping governance with wisdom, or enriching society through selfless service. A very warm welcome to Ms. Mridula Ramesh, founder, Sundaram Climate Institute and Executive Director of Sundaram Textiles Limited. Her visionary work at the intersection of sustainability and enterprise inspires all of us. I also extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished speakers across our three special themes who have graciously agreed to join us and share their valuable insights. And of course, a special round of applause to our convention chairperson, Dr. Sandhya Shekhar, and the dedicated convention committee. They have meticulously conceptualized and designed this year's theme. Dr. Sandhya will soon provide a detailed overview of the theme, but rest assured it promises profound discussions ahead today. For the benefit of our guests and invitees from various organizations, allow me to share a bit about MMA's legacy. Established in 1956, MMA today is the largest management association in the country, with over 8,000 members and 12 chapters across Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Our contributions haven't gone unnoticed. For an extraordinary 15 consecutive years in a row, MMA has been honored with the best management association in the country by All India Management Association. This isn't just an accolade, it's a testament to the unwavering commitment to elevating management practices across sectors. In today's rapidly changing world, where challenges like digital disruption and sustainability demand agile leadership, MMA stands as a beacon fostering meaningful impact. Now let's delve a little bit deeper into the theme, Women Leading with Purpose, Power and Generosity. This convention is far more than a Women's Day observance. It's a vibrant celebration of womanhood itself, a true homage to the indomitable spirit of women and the myriad roles that they play as innovators, nurturers, decision makers, and change makers. Consider purpose in leadership. In a world of fleeting trends, purpose aligns our vision with core values. It guides decisions that create a lasting value, not just for shareholders, but also for employees, communities, and the planet at large. Women leaders with their innate empathy and foresight excel in this space. Then there's power, a word that's quite often misunderstood. True power in leadership is not just about dominance or command. It's the ability to influence, innovate, and inspire. Women are shattering the glass ceilings, challenging the outdated conventions, and injecting fresh perspectives that propel sustainable progress. Equally vital is generosity, the willingness to mentor, collaborate, and lift others as we rise. Generous leaders don't hoard knowledge, they create ecosystems where talent blooms. They open doors for the next generation, share networks, and celebrate collaborative success. On behalf of the entire Madras Management Association, it's my privilege to welcome once again our distinguished guests, chairperson and speakers, delegates from across the country, past presidents, my colleagues from the managing committee, valued invitees, generous sponsors and viewers watching us online, and members of the media. Your presence makes this event truly special. I'm confident that today's conversations will inspire stronger leadership, greater confidence, and bold new possibilities for women in management. Thank you, and let's make this convention unforgettable.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshminarayan, for setting the tone of the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sandhya Shekhar is the convention chairperson. May I have Ravi, please?
Dr. Sandhya Shekhar is advisor, digital and business strategy, independent director and former CEO of IIT Madras Research Park. Dr. Sandhya serves on the boards of companies including Minda Vastaport Technologies, UCL and UNO Minda, mentors startups and contributes to innovation and leadership initiatives across institutions. A distinguished alumna of IIM Bangalore, Dr. Sandhya's PhD from IIT Madras received the Outstanding Doctoral Research Award from the European Foundation of Management Development.
May I now call upon Dr. Sandhya Shekhar to provide an overview of the convention.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you beautiful women and some of the brave gentlemen who are here, despite knowing very well that you're going to be vastly outnumbered. Welcome to all of you. It is my very pleasant duty and honor to present to you the overview of the MMA Women Managers Convention 2026 as its chairperson. Over the last several months, I think there have been a lot of thought and deliberations that have gone into designing this convention, considering the diversity and dynamism of the MMA audience here. I must confess that it's been a rather challenging, but yet a deeply fulfilling activity. The ongoing war, might have led to the shrinking of the food options we have on our plates. But let me assure you that we have a very large menu and a wide variety of options for you when it comes to food for thought. So we really have taken a lot of care in choosing the women leaders of today, ensuring that there is a wide array to learn from. So we not only have a sparkling galaxy of business leaders, but we also have some amazing leaders from other walks of life. So you'll find the entire spectrum available to you. So on the one end, you will have a little 11-year-old chess champ, Miss Charvi Anil Kumar, who focuses on, making those little gray cells, gray matter inside the brain as sharp as possible. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the beautiful Mrs. Mridula Ramesh, looking at the bigger outer canvas and works on saving the planet. So likewise, on the one hand, you will have Ms. Vishakha Hari focusing on and propagating internal strength, character, and resilience. And on the other end of the spectrum, you'll have someone like squadron leader Ramita Chaudhary, who exemplifies physical and mental toughness, right? And on the one hand, you will have the very graceful and thoughtful Bharatnatyam exponent Radhe Jaggi, and on the other end of the spectrum, you'll have the vivacious and effervescent Anuhasan. So I could go on and on, but in the interest of time, I'd request you to scan your QR codes and get to learn the details of each and every speaker today. What binds all these wonderful women together today is the theme of our convention, which is women leading with purpose, power, and generosity. Clearly, each one of them has a very strong sense of purpose. Otherwise, they won't be where they are. And they wield enormous power to be able to make a significant difference to the entire world around us. But I think the facet that is closest to my heart is the one of generosity. And it is closely aligned to the spirit of the International Women's Day 2026, which says, give to gain. And I think those of us in India have a very inherent advantage because generosity is intrinsic to our value systems, especially when it comes to sharing knowledge. And this, my friends, I believe can definitely be our USP, especially as far as India is concerned. So we are going to have our women leaders today giving generously of their very invaluable insights and very genuine life experiences, and not really restrict themselves to feel-good statements. So I think it is important that all of us listen carefully to what they have to say and get inspired by their stories so that we can give forward and continue to share these inspirations and stories to others, give them a helping hand so that together we can have a very strong leadership pipeline in our country and position our country as truly a benchmark for women empowerment in the truest sense of the word. Yeah. We paid a fair amount of attention to curating today's convention, and this has been done through a series of engaging discussions across 3 special sessions besides the inaugural session today. And these sessions are going to be the first session 1, which talks about breaking boundaries, women achieving excellence in leadership and beyond. Session 2 is going to be about winning mindsets, so very important. Insights from sports, fine arts, and public life. The right brain versus the left brain. Yeah. And special session 3, the empowered woman, personal branding, wellness, and self-care for professional success. We also have an interesting workshop, the power of presence in executing styling, grooming, and skincare. People like me could definitely do with it. We know nothing about it, right? So my request is for all of you to sit back, switch on our ears into listening mode, yeah, and enjoy the sessions. I wish each and every one of you a very enjoyable, empowering, and enriching convention. Thank you.
Volunteers team, please note this blank chairs that are available so that when people come, you can straight away assure them there. Dr. Sandhya, thank you so much for contextualizing the entire convention, possibly the way only you can do it. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Group Captain Vijay Kumar, do I actually need to introduce him for this audience of MMA? But always, it's a pleasure for me to do. May I have his AV, please?
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, retired. VSM is the Executive Director of the MMA and a highly decorated former Indian Air Force officer, awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal for Distinguished Service by the President of India. Under Group Captain Vijay Kumar's stewardship, MMA has been ranked India's Best Management Association by IMA for 15 consecutive years.
May I now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to make an announcement regarding the release of special issue of business mandate and, of course, announcement of awards as well.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning, ladies and ladies. It's always one event I really enjoyed hosting it because you are so disciplined. You come on time. 9:30 we started. The hall is full. That's what my president was telling me. Because seeing this, the woman power. Seeing the woman power is one thing which I keep seeing it every day at MMA, doing so many interesting events. But seeing each one of you coming in together and on time and really encourage you, the future of India is very, very safe in your hands. Now it's my proud privilege to talk about the business mandate, which is the digital magazine of MMA. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine, Business Mandate, with leadership of over 90,000. Our leadership includes leading business group in South India, dynamic medium-scale companies, and reputed professionals from various industries. In addition to MMA members, Business Mandate is circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational group heads, management students, and host of distinguished personalities. It's indeed my privilege for me to have been associated with the Business Mandate as its editor for the last 18 years in a row and still continuing. MMA has adapted to leveraging technology with a variety of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-the-art digital magazine, Business Mandate, which features embedded video. The digital magazine of the MMA has several distinctive features. On the occasion of MMA Women Managers Convention 2026, we have brought out a special issue of the magazine consisting of very, very interesting articles for the benefit of our readers. Now, may I request you to please turn your attention to the screen to know more about our business mandate. May the AV please. Thank you for your attention. It's been delivered to your inbox. We also put a QR code in your program sheet. You can just scan the QR code and read the program. I can really assure you, there's one outstanding magazines which you must read whenever you get time, because it's not only every month on the 1st it's delivered. Only exception we make is for the Women Convention. We are doing it on the 14th. Otherwise, it reaches the members always on the 1st. Try and read those articles with embedded video. Every week we also send these articles. Thank you, and thank you for your kind attention. Read, enjoy, give your feedback. I have another pleasant job to do today again. Madras Management Association has been organizing the MMA Outstanding Woman Manager of the Year Award annually since the year 1996. The competition is held every year as a prelude to the MMA Women Managers Convention on the same theme as the convention, and is restricted to women below the age of 50 years. I don't know why. Been continuing for the last so many years. I am also continuing. Why age? It should be even 80 years, should be a manager today. I don't think there's any restriction. Maybe we'll consider in the committee next year. The MMA competition for women managers is a platform for exhibit the talent, leadership skills, and thereby win recognition for their potential and excel and exceed to lead. The competition provides a unique opportunity to women managers to demonstrate their knowledge, creativity, experience, professional prowess to become leaders of tomorrow. Competition for this year was held on 11th of March at MMA Management Center as a prelude to MMA Women Managers Convention 2026 on the theme Women Leading with Purpose, Power, Generosity. 35 women managers and entrepreneurs from various institutions registered and participated in the competition. A distinguished panel of Indian industry experts meticulously evaluated both written and the oral presentation, and the participants selected the winners. In addition to the main awards, they are introducing two special recognitions this year because on the request of the jury, one for the best written paper presentation and another the best oral presentation, to honor the exceptional contribution in these areas. May I now request your distinguished dignitaries on the dais to step forward and do the honor of presenting the award to the 25th Outstanding Women Manager of the Year 2026. May I request jury please step forward.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 3 women who will be receiving the awards today. Let's show the women power by clapping for them, right? May I now invite the winner for the best written presentation of the year 2026. It goes to Miss Lakshya BA from Mahindra, first choice. She receives a cash award of 5,000 rupees and a memento from MMA. Yes, Ms. Lakshya, please come and receive it from the chief guest. So I think she's competed with over 35 people to come and win this award today. And next in line, the best oral presentation for the year 2026 goes to Ms. Preeti Kichapan from TVS Supply Chain Solutions Limited. Once again, a cash award of 5,000 rupees. She made an outstanding oral presentation the other day. I think the jury had no choice but to give it to her. Cash prize of 5,000 rupees and a certificate. And then now I think it's time for us to honor the outstanding woman manager of the year 2026, and it goes to Ms. Bandana Kejriwal from Tata Consultant Services. A wonderful performance. May I now request Mr. Alex, who heads TCS at Chennai, to come and join them on the stage, please. She receives a cash award of 25,000, a certificate and a trophy. Well done, Ms. Bandana. Give it up. May I request the other 2 winners also to come for a joint group photograph, please. May I request you to come for the group photograph, Ms. Preeti and Ms. Lakshya. Now all 3 of them are on the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause together. Lovely. Thank you, dignitaries, for honoring the winners. They've come up hard way, fought well, close competition there, and they've been the winners. On this momentous occasion, it's my delight to launch the book on the Pralaya prophecy, authored by Ms. Mridula Ramesh, who is the guest of honor today. May I have the AV of the book, please?
Planet on the brink. An ancient prophecy comes alive, held by a father who was never meant to be a hero. Following a pilgrimage where tradition collides with science. Hunted by a ruthless cabal who exploits climate disasters for profit as they search for an ancient force capable of saving the world or ripping it apart. Can Rajan save his daughter in a world tipping into chaos? Time is running out.
Let's give it up to her for this wonderful book. Once again, it's being up. May I request the dignitaries to join on the dais to release the book, launch the book. As you would have seen from the promo, the book is about a small girl child. I think that's another context that we are setting today at the Women's Convention, and how she escapes from the sustainability issues, environmental issues. Must be a good read, I am sure. Thank you, Ms. Mridula, for choosing MMA as a platform for releasing this book. Ms. Mridula is the Executive Director, Sundaram Textiles Limited. May I have her AV, please?
Ms. Mridula Ramesh is founder of the Sundaram Climate Institute and Executive Director of Sundaram Textiles Limited. An award-winning author of The Climate Solution and Watershed, Ms. Mridula is a climatic investor and advocate working on waste, water and sustainability solutions. A Cornell graduate with an MBA from Kellogg, Ms. Mridula also serves on the Global Future Council of the World Economic Forum and the Board of Trustees of WWF India.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Mridula with a round of applause. May I request Ms. Mridula to address the delegates, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Group Captain, for inviting me. It seemed this has been, I've been a convention check a couple of times, and you're in for a treat. I think the time when I was there, people just stayed the whole time, and it was one of the most inspiring events on my, I've ever attended. So you're really in for a treat. So it's an honor to be invited to speak. Let me start by saying, look at the world today, right? The uncertainty and the war that seemed so far away. Just last week, there were friends and family from Dubai sending photos of that missile saying, "Edo Deepavali cracker mari irke velela." Now it's come home, right? We're all, you sent a message saying, petrol, there are lines for in the petrol bunks, so come early. We're all wondering how much gas is going to be there. So the war, from being very far away, has entered our homes, has entered our kitchens, right? And it's in moments like this when it's so easy to feel like a victim, right? You feel hurt, you feel vulnerable, at the mercy of forces far bigger than us. My latest book is a climate thriller. And in the book, there is a scene where the villains manipulate energy markets. So there is a war and they take advantage of it. And some say they may have even created such a war to create this volatility in energy markets. And the hero is a broken man. He's an alcoholic, he's a recovering alcoholic. And he's trying to outrun them. And he's led forward not by money, not by power. He's led forward by a very strong girl, his daughter. And he's led forward by a very strong woman, his daughter's teacher. Halfway through the book, something really funny happened. Right? My daughter came up to me and said, "Amma, why don't you put magic in the book, Amma?" So I was like, okay. And that sentence completely upended the plot. So I went down a rabbit hole, because I knew, look, if I had to put magic in the book, it was not going to be Harry Potter magic. I wanted to go into magic that is very unique to this part of the country, to India. There is magic there, right? And some call it Kundalini, some call it the wisdom of the Siddhars. And at the heart of the book and the heart of the magic is one of the lines from a Siddhar called Sattai Muni Siddhar. It says, "Andathil ullade pindam, pindathil ullade andam." And it just means as within, so without. And it can sound esoteric, it can sound mystical, something so far away. Why is she talking about this in a management convention? The way I understand it is slightly different, and let me share it with you. It means remembering, knowing, accepting, and believing that no matter what happens in the world around you, we still have agency. We still have some power to act. Let me give you an example of why I believe what I believe. The breakthroughs in my life have come every time when I've stopped seeing myself as a victim. I started on my climate journey about 13 years ago when I ran out of water at home. Right? We drilled about 500 feet and there was no water. So what did I do first? I cried. I was like, oh, the government's useless, this is blamed everything. Then finally, when the bill started to pinch and I realized no one was going to help me, I started asking myself, what can I do? And it turned out there was a lot I could do. I didn't know how I was using water. I didn't know where I was using water. So step by step, I learned. I tried to understand the problem. I tried to understand what role I and my family had in causing it. And most importantly, I tried to ask, what can we do to change it? And that shift led us to redesign the water systems in our house. We started putting meters to understand where we were using water. Small things only, a few ₹100 to lower the pressure in a tap. Because asking somebody, tap moodunla nadakada karyam. So just lower the pressure. So when, instead of using 50 liters, you start using 25 liters. And then started using compost so that the garden held more soil. Started using drip irrigation wherever we could. And each of those actions started adding up. Siru tulli peruvellam, right? And we stopped buying water in a few months. 2 years later, 3 years later, Madurai experienced its worst drought in 140 years. Everybody was buying water, but we never bought water. So there is power. And that thinking has taken me to a lot of other startups, such as IIT Madras Park Incubates, and many others. Hundreds of other homes and factories have become more water secure as a result. So that's the magic, right? It's not a supernatural power. It's just the shift in perspective. I'm going to give you one more example, which I think is very relevant today. Everybody is talking about gas cylinders, right? We're saying, "Ayyo, dosa poida porudha, you can't order from Swiggy," all of that. Okay? Why in my house am I sitting a little more comfortably? Just at the time when we started managing our water, we also started managing our waste. And it turns out that food waste, if you process correctly, can generate gas. So we have a small biogas plant at home. It's a little bigger than this podium. And it gives us almost 1 cylinder a month. Makes me feel a little more secure. And thank you. And this is not just one house. There is a company I've invested in. It's called Carbon Masters. They manage 120 tons of waste a day. And they provide compressed cylinders to many restaurants in Bangalore, Tirupati, and elsewhere. India throws lakhs of tons of food waste into the streets and the landfill every day. We're burning it. I hate waste burning. Read about it. It's dioxin. It's horrible for you. We are seeing it as rubbish. It's a resource. How many thousands of cylinders are we throwing away? And what is the magic required to make the difference? Just a shift in perspective. Saying, what can I do? Seeing the waste as a resource. And instead of saying, "Ayyo, enakku vandu gas e varla," saying, what can I do? Manage your waste. Put a biogas plant at home. Call the startup to come to your factories or your offices. It's just a small shift in perspective, but look at the magical result that comes in. That brings me to all of you. So far I've talked about climate, and I promised Group Captain I'll talk about women managers. Okay. You're all managers today. And today in the headline, there is only one word. It used to be AI. No, it's Hormuz, but let's go back to AI. They're saying it's frightening. There are job losses, right? They're saying AI is coming, jobs are going to disappear, machines are going to replace people. I'm going to talk about textiles. 10 years ago, I remember having this conversation. There's a fellow textile person in the audience today. We were all scared of robots, right? Many of us, I remember saying, if robots come, will the industry shift away from India? Will the labor cost advantage that we have go away? Will it go back to America? That was something we genuinely worried about. The industry did not vanish. It's grown, but it evolved, right? And we've incorporated robots into our manufacturing line and just moved on. And that evolution depends on skills that machines cannot replicate. Look, in this audience, there are going to be difficult people. The ability to deal with difficult people is something AI cannot take away. Okay? There will be, in this audience, there will be some who will come a little late for the meeting or will come just on time. The ability to motivate a team is a skill that AI cannot take away. The ability to build trust. right? Suppose group captain calls somebody, you just do it because you trust he'll just get it done. That ability to build trust is something AI cannot lead away. And in this wonderfully uncertain world, look at what we've gone through in the last 4 years. The ability to deal with uncertainty is something that AI cannot take away. And I can tell you, in the last week, you've asked ChatGPT about something and it's given you a complete rubbish answer. That is something, at that time, yes, and at that time, you really need a human being. But here's the hard truth, right? And all of this really requires you to do a little bit of magic. To say that instead of seeing myself as a victim, I see myself as someone having agency. It's really hard to do because it requires us from going from saying, why is this happening to me? To saying, given that this is happening, what can I do? And that question is when magic begins. Next time, it's when the world feels overwhelming. And I can tell you it's feeling overwhelming now, right? Just remember this, and I'm doing this every day. Just remember this quote from Satya Muni. It says, Andatil ullade pindam, pindatil ullade aldam. As within, so without. Each of us has that power within us to decide how to respond. And that happens when we really move away from seeing ourselves as victims to seeing as someone who can script our own lives. When one woman changes her perspective, she changes her life. And here's the magic. When thousands of women change their perspective, they change the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mridula, for a very, very insightful address. I think you addressed two issues there. And when we have Mridula Ramesh on the stage, sustainability always has to be one of them. Thank you so much for that. And also you addressed the managers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to honor the dignitaries who have made it up here today this morning. May I now request President Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan to present memento to the dignitaries on the stage. And my request Ms. Sandhya Shekhar and others also to join. Thank you, Ms. Mridula, for coming all the way from Madurai and not only just releasing the book, but also talking about what is our role in sustainability today, our family's own role in saving water and all that. And of course, you talked about how the AI will not take away some of the good things that human beings do. Thank you so much. May I also have a group captain, Vijay Kumar, to announce.
You heard many telling that convention chairperson is very important. I know the importance of convention chairperson because putting together so many speakers is easy. Getting the sponsors, getting the people, getting it on time. All that we need a leader who really sit with you and handhold you and do. Today we had Sandhya Shekhar who helped us in a great way for doing this, and we would like to honor her as a convention chairperson. I request President to step forward and present a memento on behalf of MMA to our convention chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Sandhya, for all the guidance and support to make this convention what it is today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. P. Surya Prakash is Honorary Treasurer MMA. He is also the Executive Director of Ponpure Chemicals Private Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Surya Prakash is a second-generation entrepreneur and executive director of Ponpure Chemicals, who has led the transformation of the group into a global specialty chemicals company driven by innovation and R&D. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Mr. Surya Prakash also spearheads the fast-growing eco-friendly D2C brand Bookie and serves as honorary treasurer of the Madras Management Association.
I now invite Mr. Surya Prakash to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege to deliver the formal vote of thanks. I thank the distinguished Chief Guest, Ms. Mridula Ramesh, Founder, Sundaram Climate Institute and Executive Director, Sundaram Textiles. Thank you, ma'am, for being here and sharing your perspective on climate change. And also, I think, don't be a victim, but try to be what you can do and change things, act on it. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our distinguished guest speakers and session chairperson for graciously accepting our invitation here today. A special note of appreciation to Dr. Sandhya Shekhar, the chairperson, and the convention committee for their significant contribution which has resulted in today's exceptional lineup of eminent speakers. My thanks to the distinguished past presidents of MMA, invitees, management committee members headed by Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, President MMA, and members of MMA Women's Managers Convention Committee. We extend our sincere thanks to Padmaja for rendering a beautiful invocation during the convention. Convention of this magnitude cannot be a success unless we have a good participation from women delegates. I think this time people from my office also have come, good, but unfortunately could not. Okay, convention of women delegates. My sincere thanks to women delegates who have come in large number and also corporates for nominating them. My thanks to all our sponsors, including providing attractive gift hampers for the delegates, members of the media, in particular the Hindu group, for their support to the convention. Last but not certainly, we extend our heartiest appreciation to MMA Secretariat for orchestrating this convention with a remarkably short preparatory period. With outstanding content and speakers, this commendable effort comes on the heels of the successful execution of MMA annual convention. The dedication and efficiency are truly commendable. I wish you all a great Women's Convention 2026. Have a great day ahead. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surya Prakash. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, as we thank the dignitaries for the inaugural session and we set for the next session, there is a very, very important announcement. As I told you in the beginning, 2 lucky winners are going to get a gift hamper now, thanks to Time Links for that. And may I request my team to come up with the lucky draw. So, hold your breath. Look at your numbers once again, the delegate numbers. Wow, whose heartbeat is going up? 182, 182. Is there anyone with 182? Yeah, there's a hand going up there. Ma'am, I request you to come here. Please come fast. Yeah, the next number, 2121. Looks like a tombola for me, but see who has got 21. No hand going up. 21, you're there. Oh, come on, ma'am, come on. Thanks to Time Links. So, ma'am, which God did you pray today? Lovely. Yeah, please come. Winner with the delegate number of 21 is here. One more? Yeah. So I am reading out, it's a 3-digit number. First one is 2. Second one is 6. And there's the third one, 1. 261. Who's having this lucky number 261? No one. Surprising. Oh, there's someone here. My request to Ms. Chitra Shivakumar to come onto the dais and pick the next. So I think The dignitaries on the dais have said, why to keep them waiting, why to keep them sweating till the end of the convention? Let's give all the prizes now itself. So, we're calling a few more now. Ms. Chitra Shivakumar, let's give her a big round of applause. Time Links, she is the sponsor for this particular gift that we are giving it away. Thank you, Ms. Chitra. Ladies and gentlemen, the next number that goes 342. 342. Yeah, please come, ma'am. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Three, four, two, claim correct. Who's going to be the last lucky one on this convention? Starts with 2, double it 4, and come back with half 1. 241. Who's going to be the lucky winner of 241? No hand going up? Oh, someone seems to have really missed it. 241, please look at your delegate badges. No? Okay. Okay. Okay, someone else is getting lucky now.
297.
297. I'm sure this number is going to be inside the hall. Oh yes, she's there. Please come, please. Well done, ma'am. Please. Sir. Thank you, and let's clap all these lucky winners. They have been lucky for coming over today, for getting all their gas cylinders and petrol problems, right? May I now request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to hand over a memento to President MMA, who's been a great source of support and guidance to us. And Mr. Surya Prakash. Thank you so much, Mr. Surya. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of this inaugural session. And as we set the stage for the special session 1, just give us a couple of minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting session on a theme, breaking boundaries, women achieving excellence in leadership and beyond. You will possibly see some women on the stage now who have done exceedingly well in non-corporate worlds as well. So we have, I'll just announce the names, but I'll call them a little later once the stage is set. We have Ms. Anu Hassan. I don't think she needs any introduction to this audience, from Chennai. We have Ms. Lakshmi Narayan. She is Director of Stanson Company. We have Vilasini Subramanian, Financial Services host, Chartered Accountant, and an air warrior from the Indian Air Force, my colleague, Squadron Leader Amita. So we'll see what they have achieved in their life and why they are here. Yeah, we need 4 chairs in Alburba.
Put it on that so that we can have a look at it.
Right, the stage is set for special session 1. May I now invite to take their place on the dais Ms. Anu Hassan, Indian actress, television anchor and entrepreneur. Let's welcome them all with a big round of applause. 4 different claps for all 4 women, right? Ms. Lakshmi Narayan, whole-time director, Stanson Company. Ms. Vilasini Subramanian, Financial Services podcast host, chartered accountant and founder of the We Women Project, and last but not the least, squadron leader Ramita Chaudhary in her impeccable uniform in the blues. May I request you to come and take place on the dais. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Ms. Anu Hassan is an Indian actress, television anchor and entrepreneur with over 3 decades of experience across media and business. An award-winning artist who has acted in over 20 films and hosted the iconic talk show Coffee with Anu, Ms. Anu is also a published author and public speaker. As a serial entrepreneur, Ms. Anu has founded and led several ventures and continues to work with startups, SMEs and the startup ecosystem. Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan is the whole-time director of Tea, Stamps and Company Limited, a 150-year-old institution known for its contributions to Indian agriculture. An engineer educated at the University of Madras and the University of Southern California, Ms. Lakshmi has helped guide the company towards sustainable farming and innovations in biological and eco-friendly crop solutions. Ms. Lakshmi's leadership is defined by a people-first philosophy, championing responsible growth, farmer empowerment and environmental stewardship. Ms. Vilasini Subramaniam is a chartered accountant and financial services professional with over 2 decades of experience across housing finance, microfinance, banking and fintech lending ecosystems. Ms. Vilasini was a founding management committee member of Home First, helping scale it to a $1 billion balance sheet and a successful IPO. Ms. Vilasini is also the founder of the We Women Project, a podcast platform that shares inspiring conversations with accomplished women leaders. Squadron leader Ramita Chaudhary is an officer in the Indian Air Force, commissioned in December 2014 as part of the 41 SSC W Flying Pilot Course. Known for her dedication, discipline and professional excellence, she embodies the spirit of service and resilience. Demonstrating remarkable endurance beyond her military role, Squadron leader Ramita qualified for the prestigious Ironman 70.3 Goa 2025, reflecting her grit and commitment to excellence.
Thank you. Now, may I invite Ms. Anu Hassan to take the session forward, please.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. You know, our session today is about breaking boundaries and women achieving excellence in leadership and beyond. But when I see these incredible women that I'm seated next to, and as a moderator, what I see is resilience in motion, right? Because when we look at success, we think success is a straight line, but it isn't. It is sometimes circuitous, it is sometimes up and down, sometimes more down than up, but eventually we reach where we are. Whether it is, nurturing a legacy that is over 160 years old, whether it is, at the cockpit, or whether it is navigating the high-stakes world of corporate finance, it's been a very complex ecosystem that you all have navigated. We have Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan, who has shown us that being the leader is not just taking the helm, but nurturing the soil, so that the legacy can continue and flourish for another century. We have squadron leader Ramita Chaudhary, who has also established herself and flourished in a male-dominated world of the Air Force. And she has completed the Ironman in a sub-7 hour. Mind you, that's brilliant. It's a sub-7 hour finish. And we have Ms. Vilasni Subramaniam, who has scaled a startup to a very successful IPO and then had a milestone of a 10,000 crore AUM, which is absolutely mind-blowing, right? And she didn't stop with corporate success. She now founded the We Women project, which is focused at empowering women by educating them and having very deep, meaningful conversations. So we have 3 different women, 3 arenas, and 1 very sustained pursuit of excellence. And when we talk to women like this, there is a lot that we can learn. So I'm going to start off this conversation. I'm going to ask you, Lakshmi, when you were entrusted with a legacy that is 160 years old, how did you define excellence? Because you're navigating, protecting that legacy. At the same time, you're pivoting the company towards a green and eco-friendly future. So how did you do that?
Thank you very much, Anu, for those kind words of introduction. Good morning to you all. Women in leadership and beyond. Sorry. Women in leadership and beyond is a very important subject. I'm glad the MMA has decided to concentrate this session on that subject. It gives me great pleasure, and I'm honored to share this panel with such distinguished personalities who are truly inspirational. This is Lakshmi Narayan. I'm the whole-time director of Tea Stains and Company Limited, Coimbatore. As Anu has said, Tea Stains and Company is a 165-year-old company with a history of significant achievements. It was founded by Sir Robert Staines, a Britisher who had come as a young man to join his family business in the Nilgiris. He was a pioneer and he set up the first company in the group, which was Staines Tea and Coffee. His intent was to sell red enzyme tea and coffee to England. He also set up the first textile mill in Coimbatore, and thus Coimbatore was born as the Manchester of South India. He went along and set up a lot of education, schools for European children then, but later on opened it to the Anglo-Indian community, both in the Nilgiris and in Coimbatore. Interestingly enough, he also pioneered the tea plantations in the group, and today Staines Amalgamated Estates and United Nilgiri Estates are known for selling premium teas in the international markets. After that, their family also pursued Staines Manure Works and also established the tire and retreading unit, and also had in the franchisee of motor cars, Staines Motors Limited. In 1961, Sri S. Anantharamakrishnan, the founder chairman of the Amalgamations Group, he was a brilliant businessman and a very iconic businessman and a great visionary. And he decided to acquire the Staines Group with the plantations. Thus, the Staines Group became a part of the Amalgamations Group. I started my journey in leadership by beginning with my family. My parents were very keen and emphasized on the priority for education. I grew up in a family surrounded by family members who had achieved outstanding success in leadership in their respective fields. They were inspirational, and soon they become my role models. There is one such, Dr. Ranjani Manin, here today, who is my cousin as well. So thank you, Ranjani, for being the wind behind my wings during certain days. However, I joined Tea Stains and Company, and Tea Stains and Company at that time was manufacturing agrochemicals, which were commonly known as pesticides. Took up a lot of role and responsibilities in the various divisions of manufacturing, supply chain, administration, and so on and forth. Later on, I took up my roles and responsibilities in sales and marketing, which was actually the pulse of the business. When I saw that agrochemicals were sold by the company, it started ticking in my mind. We as women are very deeply conscious of the food that we eat, of the health of the family, and of the safety of the environment. I was also very deeply conscious of that. And I was primed to say that we needed to change the focus of the company to deliver solutions for agri inputs which are sustainable and also play a part in responsible agriculture. I wanted to bring about biologicals, which are eco-friendly molecules, safe to use, and also they're chemical-free, and they do not leave a residue on the food that we eat. However, these biologicals for crop protection and crop care were met with a lot of resistance and opposition in the markets. Agrochemicals and pesticides were very dominant in the markets. So anyway, I decided with firmness and conviction and had a lot of rounds of discussion with my colleagues and my peers, and we debated on it and found a consensus that the company has to change its focus, has to change its business strategy into going in with these biologicals. In our business, which is in agriculture, seeing is believing for the farmer. So once we had these products ready, these biologicals, we conducted large-scale trials in farmer fields across geographies and across different crops. At harvest time, I visited the fields along with my team, and I was extremely delighted to see the performance of the fields in the farmers' fields. So we found that the farmer had an increased yield on his products, and also the quality of his produce was chemical-free, and also it had such a better quality. And the farmer, most importantly, received better prices in the market. They were extremely satisfied with the performance of these products. And also, the colleagues in my company were very happy to see the respect that we were getting for the decision that I made. And with also, the company had grown in stature and size with the farmers, with our dealers, as well as with the industry. That was a winning moment for me. That was definitely, thank you very much. It was definitely a directional change in strategy, which was a defining moment for me and my team to proceed for leadership. Having said that, today, stains, biologicals, and other products have a pan-India presence and exported to 22 countries worldwide. We have received national awards and we have received patents for some of our products. One more defining thing is that I owe my leadership on three main principles. The first principle that we must have is clarity of vision, clarity of focus, clarity as to where you want to see your trajectory in the career, progression. Most importantly, we also have to bring in capacities, capabilities, and competencies to be able to provide innovative products and solutions. We need to have knowledge, talent, skills to be able to deliver world-class products and world-class services. The most important part is in collaboration, is in having a very good teamwork. Successful teamwork builds successful organizations. We as women have an amazing trait which we tend to underestimate, mostly multitasking. And we have traits which wherein we bring compassion, wherein we bring resilience, and we have clarity in whatever we do. I think we must endeavor to leverage these strengths and bring in for better performance in the workplace. Communication is very important to a leader. We must make sure that all our colleagues are aligned to the same purpose of the company. So, one more thing is that it is very important to note that entitlement does not bring you leadership. It is earned. It is earned through hard work, commitment, sacrifice, and all these were happenings in my journey which brought me to this stage. I think the most important challenges that women face in the workplace is actually equal opportunities that have to be provided to them. In our organization, we believe that we should be an equal opportunity employer, and we should recruit men and women with meritocracy, and we must be able to evaluate them with performance.
That was really beautifully encapsulated. That's a very long and arduous journey that you have encapsulated. But I think you missed the core thing, which is you led with your heart, isn't it? Because she talks about clarity of vision, she talks about purpose, being able to give equal opportunity for everyone. But it came from a firm conviction that my family must eat well, safe food, every family, right?
Very right, Ranu. All of us excel in ourselves only if we have the passion to perform. And I certainly felt that my journey in reaching here has been rewarded, something that has been ignited with passion and a legacy that brings in a very great responsibility for me to carry out in the future for another 165 years.
Yes. And that's the beauty, because when you lead with your heart, people have no option but to see the truth in it. And considering manufacturing and agriculture is so male dominated, it gives you the power to lead with a quiet authority, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely one thing is that in agriculture, you will see that 50% of women are employed in agriculture. Women form actually the backbone of the agriculture. They perform all the operations in farm, from sowing to harvest.
Yeah.
However, they do not get
equal pay.
equal.
Yes.
And
it's
I
almost
think-
half, isn't it?
Yes, in
It's
certain
almost half.
states, it's half. And most importantly, only 10% of the women actually own titles to the lands that they farm and cultivate. This limits the access to financial assistance, which is so much so needed.
Yes.
And these women manage the fields and manage their families because most of the men have migrated to towns and cities for better prospects of employment. So these women have been able to multitask and have been able to do crop management practices. And today's women is really very technology savvy because, as was said, AI, we have a lot of new concepts evolving in agriculture where it's very important to have precision and smart agriculture. And we are having machinery in order to remove manual work and drudgery. So a lot of developments are happening. And as Sanjana said earlier, water today is a very expensive resource. We need to conserve it and use it. And we have to make sure that in agriculture, there are two variables, which is monsoon and the market price. So wherever we can practice climate resilient agriculture and conserve water resources. And a lot of people, now women farmers are doing it in Maharashtra, and that is highly commendable and appreciated.
Yeah. So when it is a male-dominated industry, I mean, and you have made a mark, so have the other two ladies here. Squadron Leader Amita, the Air Force, purely, I mean, largely male-dominated, and you have not only, navigated it, but you have flourished there. What skill set do you think a woman needs to establish her authenticity, her importance and her relevance in a world where there are more men than women?
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, as we know, so for the Air Force specifically, and as pilots, so we fly a machine. So that machine does not actually differentiate between whether a male is flying it or a female is flying it.
We'd rather that they were machines, no?
So the skill set required for a male or a female in the aircraft, when you're in the cockpit, when you're the captain of the aircraft, whether you are taking 50 passengers in your aircraft or you're taking whatever load, it will not differentiate between whether a male is there or a female is there. It's the same skill set that is required, the same confidence that is required, same preparation that is required.
And it doesn't make a difference that whether the number of female pilots are lesser or the number of male pilots are more, it just doesn't make a difference.
Not at all, not at all.
Would that be your mindset or every...
I'm sure the predecessors have done so well, our predecessors. Yes. We started flying, the Air Force started inducting female pilots in the year 1993. Mm-hmm. So since that time, I think all the females who have been there, they have made such mark there that they have been so professional that because of their hard work, I think everybody is now convinced that a female pilot or a male pilot, there's no difference.
True. Beautifully said, because we all stand on the shoulders of giants, right? And we, in turn, can be the giants on whose shoulders the future generations can stand on. And that is exactly what you are doing, no, Vilasini, when you say that, there are not enough women leaders at the CXO level. Sorry, was that me? Not very many leaders, women leaders at the CXO level, and leaky pipeline is a truth. So how do you think, and what do you think we need to be doing in order to make sure that women rise to leadership positions?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, thank you MMA for this wonderful opportunity, an absolute privilege to be on this panel and be a speaker in this very well put together event. So thank you so much for that. And Anu, answering your question, yes, there is clearly a vacuum at the CXO level, at women leadership, while it is changing. And I love what Ramita says because, I think the work done by the predecessors are clearly moving the gender bias away and making it more equal. But in the last year that I have spent talking to some extraordinary women leaders, there are 3-4 things that keep coming up again and again. And it might sound cliche, but I think the path to success has one, showing up. Just the simple thing of just showing up in your workplace or in whatever you do, however hard your day feels or seems like. The second is, building an inner resilience and curiosity. When you don't stop to learn, when you don't stop to enjoy what you're doing, when that passion doesn't leave you, I think you keep going. Then there is no leaky pipeline, there is nothing there. You're willing to work on it long term. And third, very important thing and quite relevant for today's session will be the generosity that every previous generation, they call it pay it forward. So, the generosity to give back to your juniors, to their juniors, that kind of builds a community. That creates the safe spaces for us to build on, to make this more accessible, to make this more inclusive and equitable. I think, that to me would be some of the key points that I have learned in the last year.
Which is that give to gain, which is
Give
what,
to gain,
isn't
which
it?
is the whole theme.
Yeah. And do you think that, how do you think that mentoring and being generous in the way you share your knowledge, how do you think it makes us better leaders?
Oh my God. I think, when you stop thinking about yourself and you start thinking about the other, you don't even realize the kind of impact it has on you as an individual. It just changes perspectives. It just changes the way we look at the world, and growth is just a natural outcome. It just has to happen. So I think we realize it a tad late. If it starts coming in early, that we need to invest in building others, we need to invest in building the communities around us, I think we'll go places. One thing I'd like to add, there's this often quoted, stated that, for a man's success, there is one woman behind it, or some such thing. I mean, I can't remember it exactly. But for a woman's success, there's a whole village.
Yeah, absolutely.
Behind that woman succeeding, there are so many elements, there's a whole village. And for that village to thrive and succeed, you have to give. Everybody in their individual capacity has to give. It's non-negotiable according to me. And of course, I mean, the beautiful outcome of it is we gain much more than what we give.
True. And we become better versions of ourselves,
much better versions
of the
of
leadership skills that we had prior to that.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
And when you look at this, all three of you operate in areas where the margin for error, especially yours, squad leader Ramita, the margin for error is 0 for you. And the margin for error for both of you is also very small. But what happens is when the margin is like that, there is a pressure that is there. And this is a common question to all three of you, how do you distinguish between the pressure to be perfect and the drive to be excellent? Because one is limiting and the other kind of makes you grow. So how would you look at that? Do you feel the pressure to be perfect?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. And I think it depends from profession to profession, on leadership to leadership. Having said that, there is always a desire to excel because competition is staring at you in the face. So you want to be a dominant player. And the desire to be perfect, maybe to conquer awards, like I would like to reach the best in the standards of class in the national level and the international level. So there is a race between the two, and sometimes we have to choose which one we want. And it depends upon the priorities, it depends upon the situation, and where you want to take your company onwards.
So I think as ma'am also covered, so as leaders, I think it is very important that whatever task that you have, like you said that there's no margin for error. So we absolutely have no margin for error. So the only way is that you can prepare well. That is the only thing that you can do on ground before you're going for a mission or anything. Preparation is the key. You have to be prepared, you have to be best, you have to outshine whatever comes your way, whatever emergency you get, whatever you have, whatever challenge you can expect. The preparation is the only key.
Yeah. And it's not for the faint-hearted.
Not
isn't it? And I definitely would like to, at this point, talk to you about your Ironman experience, because doing it under the 7-hour limit is something, it's a badge of honor. What was going on in your mind when you'd done the swim, which you're not a swimmer, right? Yeah, you're not a swimmer, and yet she's done the 2-kilometer swim, right? And then there is 90 kilometers of cycling.
90 kilometers cycling.
And then 21 kilometers of running.
Half marathon.
Half marathon, right? Now you're doing all of this and you're preparing for it. When you're actually doing the 21 kilometers and you've reached maybe the 15-kilometer mark, what was going in your head?
So actually that's a very interesting question, because So not at the running, but I remember at the 60-70 kilometer mark of cycling, I remember thinking to myself that, oh my God, I still have to run a half marathon after this. Because when you're cycling and you're not allowed to have any music, you're not allowed to have any headphones. So the only thing you are battling with is actually your thoughts. So after a point, it is less to do with the physical part, but a lot more to do with the mental part. So that mental toughness kicks in during that time, that 60-70 kilometer mark of cycling, and you're just wondering to yourself, okay, I still have to do it. I still have a long way to go. And yeah, during the run, obviously, it's a very long run. 21.1 is an independent event for a lot of people, which you go fresh, with fresh legs.
And you finished at 90 kilometers of cycling.
After 90 kilometer, I did that 21.1 kilometers in heavy humidity and heat. If you've been to Goa, you know the humidity is so bad that you're all the time sweating. But I think it's all the mental part, because your legs are just moving after a point. It's all mental after a certain point of time.
Yeah. And do you think that experience in some way changed the way you look at leadership? That endurance, has it changed your approach to leadership in any way?
Definitely. So as leaders, I think one very important lesson that you can take away for leadership, for the leaders here, is that any task like this, it may seem humongous when you are starting out. Like the 1.9 kilometer swim felt humongous to me. I thought that's huge. It's not possible. It's impossible. And then 90 kilometers and then 21, that distance is impossible. It's a total of 113 kilometers, which feels like a huge distance. But the only thing that you can do is probably prepare well, and prepare thinking that you can break it into small pieces, like small chunks. Okay, today I will probably for a few months, I will focus on my swim. I will come to 400 meters, I'll come to 500 meters, I'll come to reach 1.9, then cycling, then running. So that breaking it to chunks is important. Even during the race, it's important that probably, okay, next stroke, next buoy, next mark. So that's how you should go, even in leadership, I think.
So I think instead of taking it as a big piece of work, you take it into bite-sized chunks and go systematically through it.
Exactly.
Yeah? Oh, that's a very valuable input, because many times we are daunted by what we need to achieve. So it makes a lot of sense when we look at it like that. Vilasni, I can't let you get away without answering this one, because when it comes to managing these big targets, she says break it into bite-sized chunks. But you have approached this big target of an IPO and a 10,000 crore assets under management, all that, in a very different way. And there are, I'm sure, a lot of people in the audience who would be very keen to understand, what are the pointers you'd like to share with someone with an early stage startup? What are the pointers they need to bear in mind in order to come to a successful IPO or an exit?
Sure. Before I start, I just want to kind of put out, how many IPOs do you think would be women-led in the last 163 years of India having its first IPO? Any guesses? How many women-led IPOs, women founders, CEOs?
I only know a Nykaa.
Yeah.
Nykaa, only that
Nykaa, Biocon, and then there's Mama Earth.
Mama Earth.
Right now. But the number is 25 around. The estimated number in 163 years is 25. But you know, the good part of it is today we have 7,000 startups with women founders, 7,000 plus startups with women founders. So I'm hoping that this audience will have people wanting to go that path, having the confidence to build. And here, you know, from my own experience, I think we don't need to focus on the outcome. If IPO has to happen, it will happen. You know, that is a very natural progression. What you have to break it down, taking up from what she says, if you have to break it down into bite-sized goals, first is have a problem to solve. You know, have a genuine problem to solve on the ground. It needn't be innovation. It needn't be something that you're doing for the first time. It can be something what somebody else has done, like, ma'am, just change pesticides to biologicals, which is so relevant for today, in today's world. So if you can find that answer or what your passion is calling you out, that's number one. Number two is that, once you have this solution, find the interesting, have a customer-centric approach. We often forget that what are we doing this for? Ultimately, there is a customer over there that we are servicing. And that customer centricity has to form the core reason why you exist. Whether it's process, product, policy, whatever it is that customer. So if you keep doing that, you're building a great business automatically. The third thing, which is quite relevant today, is, the valuation game. People want, there's a vanity metric to say, I raised so much money, I raised that much money, I raised this much money. Actually, I think the answer is in the fundamentals. Is your business model strong enough? Are you profitable? Is your cash flows in place? Do you have your management team in place to build this to the next 10,000 crore, 20,000 crore company? Then you're sorted. So I think just keeping your eyes focused on the ground, on building the core business and not going after vanity metrics will be a very, very important thing in the part of a growth phase. And finally, I feel governance, which is sometimes very underrated, is the core of every company's existence. If you think you're not going to focus on governance now and you're going to pull it up, 10 years hence before you go into an IPO or before you go public, that's not going to happen. You have to build it into the culture. I mean, by governance, I mean that, little things where your conscience is saying, may not, just listen to the reasoning that's saying that you should do it in a particular way and should avoid the other one. So listen to your conscience again and again, build with integrity, build with purpose, build to solve somebody's problem and solve it at scale. Automatically, IPO, growth, valuations, everything will come your way. I think, the core fundamentals is what I would believe in.
Because what happens is many times founders fall in love with their own concept without seeing whether it's actually, and they also fall in love with the idea of the 10x valuation, 20x valuation, without looking at the basics. I think it's so important that what you say is kept in mind.
So I think, that's all we need to build successful business. And I'm really hoping the 7,000 IPO will happen very soon.
Yes. Here. And we have time for the audience questions. You see the QR code, if you can scan it and give in some questions, if you want to ask any of the panelists. While we wait for your questions, do we already have it? The video. She's got video. Not yet. We finish the audience question and then we come to the address. Yes. So while we wait for the audience question, I'll just have one thing which is common to all of you. We have so many young women here at various stages of growth in their careers, with lots of dreams and ambitions, and fears and insecurities. What is a message that you would like to give them from your own learnings that will stand them in good stead?
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. It's wonderful to see such a good attendance of young women here. And certainly I'm assured that a lot of them will blossom to be leaders in their lives and very successful. So the most important aspect that I find in our workplace and that I have seen in other industries where women are participating is that they have this conflict or dilemma between balancing work and balancing their family. There is no balance. That's what I wanted to tell you. There is no balance. The expectations of the family and vis-a-vis your professional goals and commitments have to be prioritized by you. It is only an integration, and the choices that you make are definitely yours. And stick to it. Please don't ever feel guilty about the choice that you have made. And that is very important in career, and that will keep cropping. It doesn't stop with one, it will keep cropping. And the frequency, the way it crops, is very, very fast. Another important aspect that I want to share with you is that on gender bias, we will all meet gender bias in some form or the other, but don't recognize it. Try to see how effective you are in the workplace. As far as I'm concerned, it's my performance and it's my effectiveness that will gain recognition, and not whether I'm a man or woman, as she had rightly said. It's not the machine, it's yourself. And you can prove it with commitment. I think eliminating gender bias begins at home. We need to cultivate that roles and responsibilities for man and women are shared equally, if not shared in a manner that brings harmony in their homes and gives better understanding of the roles played by men and women, which definitely has an effect and an impact, and a positive one, when with better understanding, with a harmonization of skill sets in the workplace. And that is what we are all aiming for, which will give us better development of the individual and of the community and perhaps of the nation. And my parting message to all of you here is that believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and be the change that you want to see in this world. Thank you, and wish you all the very best of success.
Ashley Squadron Ramita, I was about to say let's go with the question, but then with the kind of message that Lakshmi ma'am gave, we have a video that I think needs to be played before you even look at that question, because that question is also very relevant. So let's do the video like you said. Ooh, look at that. You are looking at this lady who flies the Dornier, the Avro, those huge beasts. What message do you have for our ladies here?
Okay, so my message would be that, so I used to be very scared as a kid. I did not start playing any sport till I went to college and academy. I was very scared because I was scared of being judged, and what if I'm bad at it? What if everybody laughs at me? You know, those thoughts that you keep getting in your head at times. So even I used to get those thoughts when I was a young kid. And because of that, I never even thought of playing any sport. But now that I've already played few sports and I have reached here doing that Ironman, so I realized that there's no point in being scared. I mean, what if there's something better waiting for you beyond being scared? So yeah, that's my message. Don't be scared to try something new. There's always something good that is beyond fear. That is, वही डर के आगे जीत है, तो yeah, डर के आगे जीत है, definitely.
Your message to the young women.
I liked your question on perfection, which I didn't get to answer. It felt particularly real because I have struggled with it myself. So I think as women, we try to be perfect versions of ourselves, whether it's at home, whether it's at work, and we carry that intense pressure that is not required. I think we just need to let go, we need to breathe and, just let things happen. if you stay the course, the best things do happen. They do come your way. It can be non-linear, it can be, at a time when you don't expect it to come your way, but it's there waiting for you to happen. All you have to be is, be confident, be self-composed, and not put these unwanted pressures on yourself. The other thing I have struggled with in my career is a sense of isolation, which is why I started my podcast as well. That, are we the only ones struggling through this? Why is this happening only to me? These are the thoughts that, can build within you so easily. Then you go talk to 10 people and you realize that you're not alone. Everybody is going through the same set of issues as you are. And there is no isolation. So my request is, don't put yourself through isolation. Go reach out, talk to 5 people, talk to 10 people. Automatically you will find that, you have your answers. All the answers are within you, by the way. Nothing will come from outside, but you will get the answers and you will feel more confident going back there and giving your best. So good luck. It seems like a wonderful audience out here. So good luck to each one of you.
Very, very nicely said. And I would like to add to that, because one of the things that is a big downer is when we go into the victim mentality, right? When you say, oh, why me? Why me? And you know what? What the answer to that is, why not me is the answer. Why me? The answer is, why not me? So the question we need to be asking ourselves when something happens, I feel, is what next? Okay, this is bad. We're broken. Okay, let's recoup. Look at what's next. So I would like to add that to you. And we have a question from the audience. Squadron Leader Ramita, this is for you. In your opinion, who tends to face or set more boundaries in life? Men or women? And who experiences more restrictions? Oh, they're talking about facing and setting.
Both, yeah. So that's my opinion, and I think it's a general opinion because ma'am had already said the same thing, that as women, there are more expectations out of us. So that word expectations, yes, it is there from women, which is more than men. And restrictions, yes, a lot of restrictions, especially in terms of, so when I was training for my Ironman, I remember I used to be the only person, some days, I used to be only the person on the road in the dark, running or cycling. And even in the swimming pool, I used to be the only female. So those restrictions are there, but they are all mental, let me tell you. I mean, some days, like in the gym also, you might be the only female entering there. So you might feel that awkwardness, okay, everybody is looking at me, everybody is judging me. That feeling I can totally understand. But then it's all mental. It's all in your own mind. Nobody is there sitting to judge you. Nobody is there watching you run. Yes, safety is an issue. There's no denying it. So yeah, safety is a big restriction for all of us. So the only way is, yes, having a good support, good people around you who will support you in your dreams, who will challenge you to become better version of yourselves.
Crisply said. Thank you. Vilasni, this is for you. What leadership skills should young women develop early if they aspire to build or lead financial institutions?
I think I would keep saying be strong in your fundamentals. I think that's non-negotiable. Be authentic. I don't think, anything else works better than authenticity in this world that we live in today. So be as authentic as you can, have your fundamentals strong, and if your communication skills aren't the best, then it's good to work on it slightly earlier, because that will give you a little bit of an edge as you grow.
Okay, and there is a common question for all three of you. What is that one trait that you wish to see in every woman?
The one trait that I want to see in everyone is believe in yourself. Be confident. The glass ceiling is not external. Actually, Ramita has already crashed it. She's gone up to the skies. So the glass ceiling is only internal. So reach for the skies.
And maybe re-engineer the building if the glass ceiling is stopping you.
Yeah, I think listening to the panel today, for me, the word is fearlessness. I just feel if we are fearless, I think we can conquer a lot more.
think same message. That one trait has to be confidence, and that confidence comes only through preparation.
It's a common thread, isn't it? Because most of the fears and insecurities and doubts can be erased by preparation, which builds the confidence. Vilasni, this is a question for you. What difficulties did you experience in the early stages of your career as a CA? And what guidance would you offer to freshers who have recently completed CA or CMA?
I think as a chartered accountant, I don't know if things have changed now. I'm really ancient from that perspective. But when I cleared, the one thing that I lacked from my MBA peers was the networking, was the access to people, things like that we were very, very slow in building. So if you're doing your CA, I mean, it's a great course, it's a great entry-level course, but consciously start engaging with mentors, engaging with groups of people who can help you further your career. I think that is very important. The other, of course, I was very, very grateful with all my first bosses and all my mentors who were great people who kind of guided me through. The other is know what you want to do. Because purpose sometimes, takes a very long time to build. And, having a CA, CMA, MBA sort of degrees opens a level playing field to do whatever you want. So decide, whether you want to do corporate banking, whether you want to do consumer banking, whether you want to do, retail lending in some form, or you want to do some other industry as a CFO. So it's a very wide option. And couple of years into your career, you will get labeled for what you do. Then to move on, maybe now things are changing and there's more diversity, but these are 2-3 things that I would think. So, be very sure of what you want to do. If you don't know, go seek out mentorship, ask people, etc. And network.
There was this conversation when they said that men, because they have opportunities to network, because in the evening when they socialize, they're networking, they tend to build stronger networks. And I think we as women need to make the effort to build that.
Yeah, in the corporate world, it's called the old boys club.
Yes.
So, which just very seamlessly builds. For us, it's effort.
Yes.
We never like to put ourselves out. It is effort, but it has to be done.
Yes. The next question, Lakshmi, this is for you. Legacy organizations often carry deep institutional habits. How do you introduce change without disrupting organizational trust?
Yeah, I just want to add to what Vilasni first said and share this with you, if I may. One important aspect is encourage women and men, but more so to be able to explore cross-domain interests and opportunities. Because we have been trying this in our companies and we are very much rewarded. Our company had a woman lady finance lead, and she expressed interest in taking opportunities in sales and marketing of teas. So we said that we are willing to give her that opportunity, and if she's interested. And she worked hard with commitment to learn, and she did an excellent job of it. And she was given a lot of appreciation by our international customers. So that also showed that it's possible that women can work in various domains.
Very important point there. I think, we don't live in a world where just one silo will work. Going the horizontal and vertical way will be the way forward. I think.
How do you?
Without
disrupting the trust.
Yeah, trust is very important to all of us. We, in our organizations, values, integrities, and ethics are extremely important, and they are cornerstones for success of the organization. So it is very important to see that we have to be very careful about how we operate on these issues. And most importantly, we must be able to have an open mind and have a calculated risk taken on those activities.
Ramita, this is your... For me? Oh, I thought I was off the hook. Okay.
I read the question from getting started.
Okay.
The question is, having successfully navigated role as an actor, author, entrepreneur, television host, what minds help you to reinvent yourself across different fields, and what advice would you like to give to professionals who wish to diversify their career and emulate you in their own life?
First off, don't emulate me. Because let me tell you, the path that I chose suits me. It suits my personality, right? So the decisions that I made are those, the consequences are those that I'm willing to face. So I think to turn it around, I would say, if you wish to diversify and if you wish to explore, I think you need to understand yourself very, very well. What your capabilities are, what your strengths are. And if you understand that, that is something that will help you diversify. The other thing is, I don't have a fear of failure. I honestly don't. Because, let me clarify. I have the shame for failure. I feel bad, I feel ashamed and all of that, but I don't feel afraid because you feel shame only after the event if you fail. Fear is something that stops you from trying. So for me, I don't have that fear. And I think, what is the worst that can happen? You think about it, you try something. Okay, you are very icky at it. Doesn't matter. At least you've tried. And in the process, you learn more about yourself, right? So whether it was writing for me, whether it was running companies, or whether it is Coffee with Anu or Rekha IPS where I do stunt scenes, whatever it is, it was all me exploring what am I capable of. So if you ask your question, what you are capable of, believe me, the answer is going to be so huge. One life is not enough to explore all your capabilities.
One last question, again for you.
For me again.
Again for you.
Yes.
As someone rooted in tradition, yet very contemporary in outlook, how do you see Indian women balancing cultural expectations and modern aspirations?
That's a very politically charged question, I say. And with my usual nimbleness, I shall try and in the kaduvara meen la naduvara meen madri. See, the thing is, we are all deeply rooted in tradition, right? And culture and tradition is all very integral to our world. But then we are also being exposed to a lot that is happening outside. So believe me, 15, 20 years ago when we went in the villages, we didn't see girls wearing the kind of clothes that they're wearing now. So we are changing, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. I think, how do you navigate that? Be clear what your values are, okay? If your values, what is important to you, what defines you, what brings you pride, if you're clear about those things, navigating all these things of cultural expectations are all very jujube. It's really easy. You don't have to worry about it. And yes, that's well, I didn't want it to make it about me, but thank you for the opportunity to answer these questions. I do enjoy questions, but I enjoyed talking to these three incredible women so much more. Thank you for making the time. Thank you for sharing your experience. And I am truly, truly thankful to MMA for the opportunity, because how else would I have met the three of you? So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anu. You, I think, led the session so well, so very interesting. May I now request Mr. C. Shukumar, a committee member, and Mr. Tyagu Valliyappa, Vice Chairman, Sona Group of Institutions, and Ms. Sandhya Shekhar, Chairperson of the convention, to come onto the dais and honor the dignitaries, please. So you'll all agree with me that any discussion is only as good as the moderator makes it interesting. So let's give it up to Ms. Anu for a wonderful. May I request all of you to. All of you have always occupied the center stage, so please go to the center again. Please go. Presenting to So all three, let's give one big round of applause to all of them. Anu Hassan, Lakshmi Narayan, Vilasini Subramanian and Squad Leader Amita Chaudhary. So Squad Leader Amita will be representing India in the month of September at France. Let's all wish her a good luck for the World Championship for Ironman. Thanks. As we move on to special session 2, just give us a couple of minutes to set the stage. Once again, a very, very interesting set of speakers. I'll take some time to call them on the dais, but just for you to prepare, we're going to have Jayashree Sundareshan, Vice President of Freshworks. We're going to have Vishaka Hari, renowned Carnatic vocalist and Harikatha exponent. We have Sharvi Anil, a 11-year chess champion, world chess champion, and Chitra Shah, founder director, Satya Special School. Just give us a minute to set up the stage for them. Okay, let me welcome on stage Ms. Jayashree Sundareshan, Vice President Freshworks, Ms. Vishaka Hari, Carnatic vocalist and Harikatha exponent, Ms. Charvi Anil Kumar. Charvi, may I have you on the stage, please, and Ms. Chitra Shah, founder director, Satya Special School. Yes, sir. Come, Shah, come. Very good. Ma'am, please come over. Ms. Chitra Shah? Yeah, please come. Yeah. Oh, yes. They're all here. Let's give them a big round of applause as they settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the AV of the panelists, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down.
Ms. Jayashree Sundareshan is Vice President at Freshworks and a strategic technology and people leader with over 2 decades of experience in building high-performing global teams. Ms. Jayashree has led large multidisciplinary teams across India and the US, delivering innovative software solutions and driving organizational transformation. Passionate about mentoring and empowering people, Ms. Jayashree champions collaboration, diversity, and continuous learning. Ms. Vishaka Hari is a renowned Carnatic vocalist and leading exponent of Harikatha, the traditional art form that blends storytelling, music, and spiritual discourse. Trained under Sri Krishna Premi Swamigan and Carnatic maestro Lalgudi Ji, Jayaraman, Ms. Vishaka presents stories from Hindu scriptures with music and moral insights. A chartered accountant and a graded artist of All India Radio, Ms. Vishaka is also a distinguished professor at Sastra University and founder of the Vijayashree School of Harikatha. Ms. Charvi Anil Kumar is a rising chess prodigy and under-11 champion who has crossed the 2,305 ELO mark to earn the prestigious title of 5 Master at just 11 years of age. Miss Chalvi is the winner of the 2022 Under-8 Girls World Championship and a gold medalist at the 2022 Asian Youth Championship. Miss Chalvi's remarkable achievements highlight her discipline, focus and the growing global prominence of Indian chess. Miss Chitra Shah is founder and director of Satya Special School and vice president of the Special Olympics Bharat Board, with over 2 decades of experience championing inclusion for children with special needs and persons with disabilities. Miss Chitra founded Satya Special School in 2003 and has since expanded its reach to impact over 1,400 children through education, therapy and advocacy initiatives. A recognized social change leader, Ms. Chitra actively contributes to several government and corporate committees promoting disability rights and social inclusion.
Well, let's give it up to them. To drive this session, may I now invite Ms. Jayashree Sundareshan, please.
All right, a super happy morning to everybody. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by these stellar women on a topic that is very, very close to my heart. In a bit, I will share why. When we hear the word winning, most of us think about trophies, medals, awards, accolades, and applause. But if you talk to a sportsperson, or a musician, or a social reformer, they will tell you it's rarely about only the final moment. It's thousands of moments unseen that truly leads up to it. The early morning practice when nobody is watching you. The tremble in the voice that you overcome when you're trying to sing on stage. The quiet patience that is needed when you're trying to deal with change that is painfully slow. Personally, for me, I think about this a lot. Actually, there's a term for it. It's called transferable skills. In this day and age, it matters all the more. Professionally, I lead engineering teams, but on the personal side, I'm deeply connected to playing sports very actively. I sing and dance every chance I get, and I am very passionate about impacting people around me in a positive way. These give me more joy than anything else. And when I look at transferable skills, I look at what part of my skill that I know I'm good at in one aspect that I can apply to something else. And over the years, I've realized something fascinating. What helps you win on a badminton court is the same mindset that helps you deliver a project successfully, overcoming hurdles. The discipline and practice that is needed to perform on stage to entertain people is the same discipline and practice that's going to help you deliver a killer presentation. The resilience that is needed to pursue a social cause is probably similar to the resilience that is needed for you to create organizational impact. Today we are joined by 3 extraordinary women coming from totally 3 different arenas of excellence. A woman whose voice and stories moves audiences across Chennai auditoriums to the House of Commons in London, Vishakha Hari. A 11-year-old chess prodigy who sits across the table, across a chessboard from a grandmaster and does not blink an eye, Charvi Anil Kumar. And a woman who looks at children that the world keeps forgetting and says, "Not on my watch," Chitra Shah. From these 3 women, we're going to try and learn what does a winning mindset look like. How can we transpose the skills from a sports arena to a performing stage to leadership? And I promise you, when we are done today, you will walk away leaving with 1 or 2 things that's going to help you show up very differently tomorrow. That's the promise. All right. So I'm going to invite you, Vishakha ji, to set the stage for us. From dealing with numbers as a chartered accountant to Harikatha stories, your journey is one of discipline to devotion. So if you can please entertain us, maybe even adding some music or stories, what does a winning mindset truly look like? And what is the inner world of a Harikatha exponent that even the audience we cannot see from the outside?
Okay. Thank you very much for the beautiful introductory remarks, Jayashree ji. And at the outset, very, very happy to see very young, vibrant audience here. So, looking forward to actually a very interactive session rather than we talking and then you listening. So that's how my professor here, T.G. Suresh, has always been teaching us. He will involve the audience more, the students more than he talking. So thanks to him, he has been inviting me since the last couple of years. He wanted his student, because of him I got the All India first in taxation. So thanking him, I start this, try to start answering your question, Jayashree ji, about the winning mindset. So, let me ask that question to all of you. I think winning or success or victory is different for different people. For you, for some people, it can be a name or a fame. For some people, it can be earning wealth, having a huge bungalow with swimming pools. For some people, success might be just living peaceful life, quiet life. For some people, success might be having a good family and a good work-life balance. So success actually means different for different people. Doesn't that sound more sensible to you? So it's not, success doesn't always mean celebrity, celebrity, celebrity. No. People are always actually eluded by the term success or winning. They think being on the spotlight or in the newspapers or your face coming every day on the social media. No, that need not be success truly. Actually, according to our ancient Indian wisdom, success is true happiness. Success is that fulfilling moment when you say, I feel blessed today. I feel so blessed. Today I feel so fulfilled. When do you get that kind of wow, yes, I feel so fulfilled? If you need not keep standing, probably you can take the stage also. I can see that a lot of people are standing there and here. If there is place, you can sit here also. Or you can occupy the chairs. So, when do we say that I'm really feeling blessed? So I'll just go back to my professor. He's sitting in the first row and his student is sitting here. Do you think this is a winning mindset or that is a winning mindset? Both. Okay. For him, that is a winning mindset. According to him, his student is sitting here and answering and in the spotlight, which means some people like to see other people, their students or the people whom they have stood for being celebrated, and that is more a winning moment for them. So, here Chitra Shahji is there. What is her winning moment? When an autistic child can even say Amma or Appa, that is a winning moment for each mother and father. That is a winning moment for each mother when even a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old cannot talk and suddenly, the mics are okay? Okay, so suddenly, until the 15th year or the 20th year, the child is not able to even say Amma or Appa. Suddenly the 20th year, child says Amma. That is a winning moment for her and that Amma. So winning is not about laurels, trophies, grades, ranks, marks, toppers, success. All that is so irrelevant. And that is what I want all the millennials and the youngsters out there to know. That winning is that fulfilling moment. That moment of fulfillment.
Brilliant. I think you've set the stage perfectly for us for the next 30-40 minutes. Hope to gain a lot more insights. All right, so let's go behind the scenes, right? Like what is truly the foundation behind a winning mindset, right? It's got to be discipline. We've heard this so many times from so many successful people. It's the discipline before the success, it's the process before the pinnacle, right? The hundreds of hours that you practice to hit that winning six out of the stadium during power play that you can repeat consistently, or the years of perfecting one single raga, or the quiet chipping away at building something that lasts over years or even decades, right? And excellence is rarely built overnight. It takes a lot of patience, perseverance, preparation, all of that. So for me, what I truly want to understand is what are some of those winning habits that truly fuel this discipline and consistency that propels us forward. All right. So Vishaka ji, the question to you is, fortunately or unfortunately, none of us have an app that can practice for us. So it's probably a good thing. So in Carnatic music, the mastery that you build over years is what opens up the stage to you. So what does the journey of sadhana teach us about excellence that you can share with us?
Very, very nice question, Jayashree ji. And the phrase that you put, before you reach the pinnacle, practice, right? Practice before the pinnacle. That is very important. So all of us know there is no shortcut route which everybody is as such expecting today. Some video to go viral, tomorrow you get up and your world known. Everybody wants that to happen today. Especially the Gen Z, Gen Alpha. I run a school, Vijayashree School, so I know about the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas and all people out there. So, whatever you name, everybody wants padafat success. Instant, like instant coffee, instant food, sometimes even instant moksha. Everything instant. So there is no shortcut route, and the only route is through sadhana. So probably you wanted a story or a song right at the beginning. I will use a story for this question. I will not talk about my sadhana, because my sadhana is very, very, very a drop in the ocean. I will talk about my Guru Lalgudi Jayaraman sir. He had seen thousands of stages right from his very, very early years. 12th year, the Arangetram was done. Even before that, the vocal Arangetram was done. And then from the violin, he was a violin prodigy. Always I say he is, because I feel my gurus are always with me, protecting me all the time. Even if they are late, I don't say they're late, they're always with me. So Lalgudi Jayaraman sir, have you heard of him? Violin maestro? Yes, thankfully. Because nowadays, you remember people, celebrities only. Probably a celebrity last month will be a hero, last month will be a zero this month. So, but in Carnatic music or the traditional art forms, they become immortal. So, Lalgudi sir had seen thousands of stages. He had won several national awards, international awards, but he fell sick. Later point of time, his health failed. He had a very, very bad stroke where he could not even take his violin in his hand. Now what would you expect? So late in the 50s, say 55, 60. For me, I would say, okay, my career is done. I have won a lot of awards. Sit at home, relax, take rest. No. For a person who is passionate about violin, you know what he did? He began his sadhana right away from Sare Ga Ma Pa Da Ni, and most of his fingers, he could not use them. So other fingers with which you generally don't play the violin, you don't play the violin with a little finger. It's impossible. But he started using the other fingers with which he could produce the sound. Look at the mind over the body. Mind over the body is sadhana. Sadhana doesn't begin just or a 4th standard or 10 years or 20 years. Even in the 60th year, after having won awards and having seen several stages, 4 hours of practice, 5 hours of practice after strokes, after failure of health, using the fingers that cannot be used for violin. He could not even hold on to the violin. But then he started performing again. What is this? It looked like magic for all of us. Behind the magic is the willpower. Behind the magic is the practice. I could only have tears in my eyes when I saw him play. All the way like a LKG student practicing Sarigama Padani. Just imagine a maestro practicing right from scratch. We had tears in our eyes. But that is why he is a maestro. That is why he is a legend. You legends don't give up. It's not about winning right about and winning all the way. It's about losing, completely falling, and then getting up back. And when you get back, that is the resilience. That is sadhana. So, where is my sadhana before his sadhana? I don't want to talk about my sadhana.
All right, beautiful story. I think it tells a couple of messages, right? Like one is you can start at any age, any time, as long as you keep going back to the joy of why you do what you do, right? Like brilliant. All right, so we're going to switch from the arena of a stage to a different arena, which also requires intense focus and discipline, I'm sure. So Charvi, darling, I'm going to invite you into the conversation. In chess, every move matters. I'm sure during matches, you're sitting there for minutes thinking before what's my next move, right? And many of the leaders in the room, I'm sure when you're in meetings, you're trying to think maybe a couple of moves ahead, while Charvi is sitting there thinking maybe 10 moves ahead, right? So what goes on in your mind when you're in the middle of a match and trying to determine what are some of the factors that you consider before you make the next move?
So when I'm deciding on my next move, I first evaluate the position. I consider factors like king safety, pawn structure, and control of the key squares. Based on this evaluation, I try to identify few candidate moves. Then I start with the calculations. I visualize several moves ahead while even anticipating opponent's best responses. I always check for tactical possibilities. My intuition plays a big role. I trust my intuition by recalling the patterns I've done while training. Finally, before I make the move, I just do a quick blunder check just to make sure I haven't missed anything. My goal is to always choose the best move that improves my position while making opponent's plan even more difficult. I think this is the same in all the fields. We try to identify the problem and try to identify the solution, pick the best solution. I think this teaches us the patience and logical thinking. About the next move, I think I remember one funny incident. I was in France and there was a round, and I thought the round is at 4 p.m. But the round was at 3 p.m. So I was getting ready at 3:40, and thankfully the walkout time was like 1 hour. So actually, my mother's friend called my mom and said the round is at 3 p.m. And I just left my mom and just ran to the round, and I just won the round. So I think that was one incident I remember. Yeah.
Awesome. I think she threw away so many lessons, pocketed in that story that she shared, right? Like she talked about pattern recognition, right? Like, can you take a step back in any situation that you may be in? Can you look at patterns over the years, whatever you have seen? Can you think about possibilities? She talked about possibilities. Like, what are my possible moves, right? And explore them, each one for its own merit. And then also think about, what is the opponent? Like when I do this, what can my opponent do, right? Like you're doing role playing. So I think there are a lot of brilliant lessons you shared right there, Chavi. Awesome. All right. So listening to you talk about, strategy and how you plan, your moves, it reminds me that leadership is often a long game, right? And it's more profound in the space that you're working in, Chitra, than anywhere else. You've been building that kind of change for many years. So when you really started your journey with maybe 20 students, where now you're impacting thousands of lives and then being the leader for Special Olympics from India, can you share about what does it take that discipline, that consistency over years for you to get from where you started to where you are now?
Thank you, Jayshree, and I think I should thank MMA for truly being inclusive and for letting me represent maybe 26 million people who are voiceless in this country, who have disabilities. So I think before I kind of start, I want to tell everyone the difference between Paralympics and Special Olympics, because there's always, when we think about disability, we only think about someone who's on a wheelchair or someone who is walking with crutches, which is what Paralympics is all about. But Special Olympics is this invisible disability, someone who looks like you and me, but is still got an ability in that disability. And I think our work is to bring that ability out. And the reason why I'm sitting here, this is 2003. I was a young mom wanting to spend my time usefully. I was volunteering. I was a student of social work from the Madras School of Social Work, so I wanted to spend my time usefully. Started volunteering with a psychiatrist, and I met this 13-year-old child with Down syndrome. She came to us with cut marks on her hands and legs. We realized she was going through some kind of abuse. I went and did a house visit, and to my horror, I found this girl tied up to a plastic chair with nylon ropes, locked up for 8 hours when the mother went out to work. Absolutely inhuman conditions, and the first thought that crossed my mind was even dogs are kept in a better condition. And when I asked the mother why she did something like that, she said, "What do you expect me to do? My husband ran away the day he realized this was a special needs child. My own family would not accept me. My husband's family definitely did not take me in. Everybody said I was a sinner. It had something to do with my karma, my past sins. That is why God has punished me with a special needs child. To put 3 meals on the table, I need to go out to work." And this entire conversation, that girl was giving us such a smile with so much hope. And then when I said, if it was free food, India loves giving free food. Annadanam is something that we all like doing, and there was an Anganwadi next door. So I said, maybe that Anganwadi would have given you food. I don't understand why you're locking her up and tying her up. I think what she told me next is probably the reason why I'm talking to you today. She just looked straight into my eyes and said, "You are a mom. When you go out to work and come back and you realize that your 13-year-old is expecting a child, what would you do?" I was like shell-shocked. She said, "Not once, but twice, somebody had sexually abused my daughter, both the times leading to a pregnancy, and this is my only option." That is when I realized that I wanted to start a center where the mothers could leave their children. More importantly, I think I wanted happy children, ability or disability. And that's how from 20 children to maybe 4,000 children today across Pondicherry until the tip of India, Karaikal inclusive. I like working in the villages because I think every child, irrespective of urban or rural, has the right for dignity, a right for inclusion, and right to be heard. And I think you can all imagine I'm that voice today of the voiceless.
You're truly blessed to do such meaningful work, and we are blessed that you chose to travel in this path, Chitraji. All right. So we talked about the discipline before the success, but when the moment truly arrives, you really have to deal with that, right? Like the pressure, the self-doubt that can creep in, and these are the moments where expectations are super high. You feel the pressure, and you probably start questioning yourself, right? It's not a very great feeling. In leadership, you are handling incomplete information, decisions that need to be made very quickly, right? So what separates those from those who thrive is not not the people who avoid the fear, but people who can deal with the fear and overcome it, right? So let's hear from our panelists about that aspect of a winning mindset. So Charvi, I have to ask you this, and I'm sure everyone in the room is going to be curious about this as well. You've sat across the board from grandmasters. You have met our president and the Prime Minister of India. Most adults in this room, I'm sure we will feel very nervous in those kind of situations. So where does a young girl find that kind of calm and composure? And how do you deal with situations like that? And is that something that you feel like you're born with, or is something that you have trained that maybe we can learn a thing or two?
I think it's a bit of...
I think it works. Just hold it close.
Yeah. So I think it's a bit of both. Some of it might come naturally, but a lot of it comes from practice and experience. Playing many games and handling different situations helps me to stay calm and focused on the position instead of taking pressure. Sometimes when we stay calm and focused, we can play the best move in the worst positions also. I believe that I either win or learn. But when I started chess initially, I used to feel very bad when I lose. But now, when I lose, I try to understand my mistake and learn from experienced players to gain knowledge. When I first bet a grandmaster, the game went for more than 6 hours. And I was fighting till the last moment, which secured me a victory. Yeah, I think feeling nervous is common for me, but trying to stay calm and focused helps me to perform better. That is the reason I do breathing exercise and meditation daily.
She does yoga too, by the way.
Meeting President and Prime Minister was a very special moment for me. It motivated me to work even more.
Wonderful, wonderful. She deserves a big round of applause. Now, the 6-hour match, imagine the kind of intense focus that is needed to stay sharp. And I'm sure the breathing and the yoga, all of that is really helping you stay centered. And I want to pick on one small thing that she said that probably is going to be an important lesson that we all have to carry, right? She said, I either win or learn. And how many of us think of it like that? I'm literally getting goosebumps as I say it, Charvi. Brilliant. All right, so Chitra, I want to pick your brain a little bit next. Social change can be emotionally demanding, and clearly from the story that you shared with us, it proves that. So when progress is slow and systems resist change, and we deal with it in our workplaces, I'm sure, anytime we're trying to bring a change, we face a lot of resistance. Any change we try to propagate, it can take its own time while we deal with a lot of pressures. So how do you navigate this, and how do you keep your team motivated, right? I'm sure when you deal with the repeated stories of despair, it must be really hard. It pulls you down, right? How do you still make change possible?
So I think working with people with disabilities, or especially children with disabilities, cannot be a job. You have to have a passion, right? Yes, of course, the graph is never high. When we led the team to Berlin for the Olympics, we were not the favorites. We qualified in a very thin margin for basketball. When you looked at who your opponent was, they walked like professionals, the Australians, when they came in. And you look this side, we are a country as diverse, right? So your team has 8 different children, adults, 8 different states, 8 different abilities. They've all probably come together, given the way our system works, maybe 1 month before the actual team leaves for various reasons. And then how are you going to win, right? Like Charu said, it is not about winning. It's actually about being there, holding your country's flag high, and then you're standing there and hoping that, okay, your best shooter who took you through yesterday's finishing line will perform well today. She's frozen. She's standing there not knowing what to do. A split second, she sees your eyes. And you have to, kind of tell her with action, shoot. And she does it. You may not win, but at that minute, you won, she won. And I think that is what this work is all about. Mothers who come to me, right, come contemplating suicide. I have no choice. I have no hope. Why do I live? Today, those mothers are walking village to village, talking to the other women, sharing her lived experience, and telling them there is hope, there is support, and there is a future. And if this is happening in a rural village in Pondicherry, it gives you all the more courage, right? So every day when we get in, we know it's a new day. Even if we have seen this child, she's going to be a new person today. And you start from there. That's very challenging. That's very addictive. Like Vishaka ji said, sometimes we would get a medical report which said, this child can only be a vegetable. And from there, maybe 4 months to just get them to sit and another 4 months to utter that word. Sometimes it's not even amma, it's just ah. And a first step forward. Or someone who's communicating using an app today, trying to tell you she wants idli in her blue plate, and she wants to wear this frock. Life-changing. And end of the day, what is so satisfying is the smile on their faces. You know she's not going to cry. And I think you know she's going to be heard. And that's what keeps us going. I think when she'll also agree, when you hear the national anthem going, when your team is standing in the podium, I think there's nothing more. And if that national anthem is being played for a bunch of children whom nobody wanted, who are invisible, I think it is extremely encouraging. And then I think it pumps me up. It wants me to do more.
Yeah. I think what I'm taking away from what you shared, Chitra, is look for those small wins along the way. And I think that keeps building your winning mindset to go for the big wins, I think. All right, so Vishaka ji, I'm going to come to you now. When you perform Harikatha, you're not just singing, right? You're holding the attention of an audience for hours through story, music, humor, spirituality, philosophy. And I only wish our meetings and presentations, we can copy your style so that we get to meet more of our targets and goals. But jokes apart, have there been moments on stage when things didn't go as planned? And how do you deal with such situations? And how do you take that learning back into the next time you're on stage? Because those moments are going to happen to us all the time. And have you dealt with that? What can we learn from it?
How are you able to switch from such a serious topic to a totally different? I'm not able to get out from what she said. My goodness, just very, very emotional, Chitraji. So, give me a few minutes to come out of that serious issue. And when she said 26 million people in our country is facing such a great issue, the stage, the Harikatha, the singing, the mics, are they even important is what is running in my mind now. But coming back to your question, okay, Harikatha is also a beautiful art which gives a lot of mental healing. It's a healing therapy which our rishis have used as a beautiful tool through millennia. So Valmiki or Vyasa, they have been doing this mental counseling sessions, I think, on a large scale, not one-to-one, but on a very large scale, Because everybody, though you pointed out the disabilities of this 26 million, I think all of us are disabled in some way or the other. All of us are disabled children only. We are all children because we act so immature most of the times. And we are disabled because we are not able to control our anger, or actually they have more happiness and smile than in our lives sometimes. So who is disabled and who is able is a very, very different question today, because today's youngsters, if you see, with all the privileges that they are more unproductive. And I think these children are more productive than the unproductive children who are engaged in drug abuse, and because of their mental instability, their lives are complete waste, lesser than a vegetable. So, coming back to your question from hers, how do I face the stage if things go bad? So that was your question, right? Okay, thank you. So yes, sometimes, not all times, everything is under our control. Sometimes the mic works, sometimes the mics, in fact, a year back, I think, the venue was packed with thousands of people. It was the second senior slot that I was to perform at 7:30. There was a previous slot of a Hindustani musician who was performing before. Program was to start at 7:30. It didn't start at 7:45, not at 8. Not at 8:15. Audience was getting restless. It was 8:30 p.m. Audience was like completely restless because the program had to start at 7:30 and the Hindustani musician is going on and on and on. Organizers say, no, it was a late start, so we cannot ask them to just abruptly stop because they have flown all the way from Mumbai and the entire team is staying at one 5-star hotel. So you can just go and say, no, please stop. We have to start the next concert. So it is from the organizer's point of view. And 8:30 I start the program. Boff. All the mics are switched off. Nothing is working. Tabla is not playing. Tabla is just playing. The mics are not working. So the violin mic is not working. Mridangam is bang, bang, bang. It's going on. And I said, what is this, Arjun? No. I have not even placed my fingers. It's just going on. The mic is playing like this. What do I do? I'm not playing a car. So I'm like, what to do now? Already the start is 8:30. Program was supposed to be from 7:30 to 9, max 9:15. It's already 8:30. Audience are restless. Mics are not working. Feedback monitors are not there. These are called feedback monitors. So I'm not hearing what I'm speaking. What do you do in a situation like this? So in those situations, you just surrender to God. That is where that spirituality, that rooting, tradition, culture, all that come into our help. That is the helpline, support line. So just surrender to God, your Ishta Devata, and surrender to the art form, surrender to your gurus. That moment you get that spark. So it was actually Maza Sakha Vithala. That was the topic. Maza Sakha Vithala, Vithala Panduranga. That was the topic. So I just started. Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala, 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 Vithala. Audience was really happy. They were all singing together, all the thousands. And during that Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, I was telling the mic man, Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, violinist, Vithala Panduranga, everything is not heard. Reduce the volume from the Vithala Panduranga, Vithala Panduranga, tabla is not heard. Vithala Panduranga, Vithala. So it took almost 20 minutes. But the audience did not understand that I was asking the mic man to do all the adjustments. That way all the people were dancing and happily started clapping like what you did. They didn't understand what was going on stage. Happily they said, best part was the first 20 minutes of your concert. Ada Ramachandra. So that was what happens when some things go out of our control, and that becomes the best part of your concert.
Awesome, awesome. So I think the brilliant part is to stay grounded when you're facing, with an adverse situation where you don't freeze, but maybe use creativity, maybe use humor to get out of it sometimes. But I love the lesson you shared there, Vishakaji. Now switching to a different arc, right? Like we talked about discipline. We talked about the courage that is needed when you have to overcome situations that truly throw you at the deep end, right? What is also important for winning is to have some strategies, to have influence, it's to use your communication and storytelling to the best of your abilities. So, because leadership is never about just working hard, it's about leveraging all of that to succeed. So Chitra, you operate at the intersection of gender, disability, and social inclusion, areas where progress truly take decades and it can be painfully slow, right? And the wins probably are often very invisible. And as a leader, how do you measure success where you don't have metrics to show? And what strategies do you use to stay focused and keep getting the kind of support that you truly need to make progress when it's hard to show progress itself?
See, what we are trying to change is something that is deeply cultural and systemic, right? Because you strongly believe that it is the mother's sin, it is the karma. So, kind of what happens, I'll tell you what one of the, so there was this mother who came and said, everybody in the village is asking me to abandon this child. In the குழந்தையை வச்சிட்டு நீ என்ன பண்ண போற ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கு 10 years down the line she comes with me to Berlin. We are standing at the 400 meters final. She's just looking at me and asking me நான் என்ன பண்ணணும். So I showed her the track and I said, all that you need to do is to run between this. She was not the favorite. There was an African girl who had broken a record, so she was the favorite. And the final she ran at her own pace, did not cross the line, won the gold because everyone else had crossed the tracks. Everybody was congratulating her. She came looking for me and she said, are you happy now? Right? And the same girl, when she finished and when we came back, the village has a temple festival. The village headman invites her as the chief guest. The same village that wanted the mother to abandon her. But this journey has seen a lot of ups and downs. Like a girl who was abused by her own father, for want of a better place to keep her, went back home. We were very surprised, like we as the so-called professionals want to protect her, don't want her to expose her to the abuser, whole lot of theories that we have. I just asked her, how do you manage? She said, as far as I'm concerned, my father is invisible. Right? Very profound, but they try to tell you that what we measure as success. Okay, we came back, the Prime Minister spoke about the Special Olympics team in the Man Ki Baat. But we realized every single child who had gone there, every single athlete, it was not one day. It was years of work. And not just her, the therapist, the doctors. How do you not have an epileptic seizure when you are on the... we had to think about, like, to get someone to board a flight. Imagine you're coming from a second tier, third tier city where we've never seen an escalator. We had to bring the athletes to a mall in Chennai, get them up and down the escalator just so that they are able to use. How do they sit with the other countries and use a fork? So our training is just not sports. but it's all these, finally, disabled or not, they are showcasing your country. So you also have that. And I mean, I can go on talking about it. Every time a child buttons her shirt herself, when the mother is sitting there and watching, she's doing her work. I don't have to get involved in it. I mean, Diwali is every day. I think a New Year is every day when the child puts a first step forward. When you're trying to break, judgments made by others, I think I cannot tell you how we feel. It's just amazing.
I think when you're in the long game, how can you break it down to smaller things that truly is fueled by purpose, I think is the way to go. So Vishakaji, I'm going to switch to you. The power of storytelling. We all hear how paramount and how important it is for success, especially in, industries that, all our audience are a part of, right? And nobody does it better than you. So what is it that you do in terms of honing that skill of storytelling, and what can we learn from that and take it back to our work in terms of how we communicate with a lot of clarity and confidence?
There are a lot of things which are very relatable from our ancient wisdom. So, actually presenting the texts as they are, without giving our own substandard thoughts. I think because the authors are rishis, obviously, Valmiki and Vyasa and all of them. They are so far-sighted, very insightful shlokas. So, just to give you an example, because you asked me how we can what takeaways for the modern day. So this is MMA, Madras Management Association, right? Would you believe if I say there are a lot of concepts that Rama spoke to Bharata about management? In Ayodhya Kanda, 100th Sarga, it's called Kachit Sarga. Kachit means questions. He keeps asking questions. And that Sarga has 100 questions on management concepts alone. Rama questioning Bharata on that management, because Bharata is the next leader. He is preparing Bharata to become the next leader. So as a leader, what should you do? It talks about staffing, employment, delegation, planning, targets, deadlines, awards, bonuses, salaries, how to maintain balance in life, sleep, food, health, everything. So, they are all so far-sighted that if we can just present the text authentically without any change. I just need to present that Sarga before MMA. There will be a minimum dozen leaders the next day, because there will be so many takeaways. So that is the amount of depth and intensity that has already been done. The work has already been done. All I need to do as a Harikatha exponent is just present it before the audience. So that is the greatness of our Bharatiya wisdom, Bharatiya ancient Indian wisdom.
Awesome. Okay, I think, for me, having been an audience and a fan, the storytelling where you're able to help us visualize as you say things, it creates a very powerful impact. So I think that is one lesson I would say, our audience can truly imbibe. Before we switch to the audience question, a very, very quick rapid fire round. Just one word answers, all right? So Charvi, which is your favorite chess piece?
Knight.
Knight,
Yeah.
all right. If you would like an undo button during a chess match, remember your opponent will get it too.
No, because I always want to concentrate on my next move.
All right, so... All right, so Chitra, if you had a magic wand and could change one thing in society tomorrow, what would it be?
I think when anybody says it's not possible, if it can sound as let's try.
Wonderful, brilliant. If your life journey was a movie, what would the title be?
20 Children and a Dream.
Nice, nice. All right, so Vishakaji, one composer you would love to meet. From not now?
Tyagaraja Swami always.
Nice, nice. All right, music.
Definitely Tyagaraja.
Music or storytelling, you can only choose one.
It's like asking me to choose between the left eye
I
and
know.
right eye.
You have-
Because both are intermingled for me. Every musical composition tells a story, and every story is musical.
All right. Okay. Okay, so with that, we will wrap our conversation and switch to our audience. I think there is a lot of questions that's come up. Do I read the question that's on screen? Is that how we go about it? Yeah? All right. So Chitra, I think the first question is for you. I'll read out the question so that everybody can hear it. What personal experience reinforced your belief that social change is possible through sustained effort?
You know, when I was a student of social work, I did my thesis on a subject called female infanticide, which was very prevalent in Uslampatti. What changed? You know, if you go to Uslampatti today, the first thing that meets your eye is a women's college, which never existed 30 years ago. And that change came about by one midwife who decided not to do what she was forced to do and decided her voice could be heard. I think as a young student, that created a huge impression, and that's when I thought that if women want it to do, it's going to happen.
All right, Charvi, the next question is for you. What does preparation for an international chess competition typically look like for you?
I think my coach always says that you should not prepare for only one tournament. You should prepare for overall competitions. So every time I'll be doing an intense preparation.
Okay. All right. Is there another question, or do we switch to the room? Is there any question in the room? All right. Okay. A question for me. As a leader who has built and mentored large global teams, what qualities do you believe define a winning mindset that helps individuals succeed consistently over time? All right. So this is something that my mom shared with me when I was a 6-year-old. It has stayed with me till date. Whether you do small things or big things, do every small thing in a great way, right? So I've applied that in my life, whether it's the smallest of projects or the biggest of things that I deal with. The joy that I try to get out of is doing every small thing in a great way. So even if I don't end up doing great things in life, I know I'm going to be happy, and I think that's the winning mindset that has truly helped me. All right, Vishakari, your question. What made you switch from being a first-rank professional in taxation to a brilliant Harikatha storyteller? Was it wanting a change of scenery to explore, or did something happen which made you choose that path?
I think everybody's journey is divine will. Every person's journey is divine will. Though we think we plan it this way and we navigate it this way, I would like to quote Tyagaraja Swami. Jata kurchinataka sutramunu jagamella mechakaramuna nitima kelara vicharamu. All of us are like just dolls, that puppets, no? It's a puppetry show. So there are so many people who are doctors, who have become actors, who are engineers, who have become photographers. There are, say, profession or career. I would like to quote Lalgudi sir. So when somebody asked Lalgudi sir, why did you choose the violin? Lalgudi sir answered, I did not choose the violin chose me. So I would say the same thing. I did not choose Harikatha, Harikatha chose me.
All right. Are there any more questions online or in the room? All right. Okay. So today we heard 3 remarkable journeys, from a music stage to a chessboard to a social movement, right? Yet the lessons were strikingly similar to the discipline that goes behind the preparation, the courage that you need to truly perform when the moment arrives, to the strategies and the influence and the communication that you can truly use to bring those winning moments more real, right? Charvi, you taught us to think ahead. Vishaka ji, you taught us to connect with the audience through stories. And Chitra ji, you taught us true success uplifts communities. Perhaps the real definition of winning is this. In the spirit of this International Women's Day's theme of give to gain, I think to grow personally, lead purposefully, and leave the world better than we found it, we all need to give to gain. And thank you so much for the incredible opportunity to talk to all three of you. I absolutely enjoyed it. It's been a great honor. Thank you, M&A.
Thank you, Ms. Jayashree. What a splendid session it has been. 3 women achievers and 1 girl would-to-be woman achiever. Let's give them a big round of applause. Fantastic diversity here on the stage as well. Right? May I now request Mr. T.G. Suresh, Guru of Ms. Vishaka Hari, along with Mr. Sundaram, who is a committee member, Ms. Ranjani Manian, please come on to the dais, please. And yeah. Mr. Kumar? Yeah. Please come. Mr. Ramesh Babu, please come and join. Ma'am, please come. I think Jayashree ma'am prepared so well with all her questions. Let's give it up to her. Fantastic round of questions. And Ms. Chitra, I think you left many of the audience here in tears today. And I think a lot of them knew today that there are 26 million children who are waiting for this kind of love and affection from all of us. That's a great job, great service. We'll wish you good luck to continue and do the great job that you are doing. Ms. Vishaka Hari, what to say about you? You turn every stage into a storytelling episode. Lovely stories we heard from her. Thanks a lot, Ms. Vishaka. Continue the great work that you are doing as well, promoting art and culture of Bharatiya. And Chavi, wishing you the best to be the Grandmaster once again as an adult Grandmaster, right? Lovely, good. What clarity in her thoughts, the way she answered the questions, it looked like she was a pro, right? So, great. Thank you so much. Well, we are getting into the special session 3. Good to see audience continue to be glued on the stage. Please stay out for one more session like this, and then we have a lovely demo also coming up for you all. Special session 3 on an excellent theme again, the empowered woman, personal branding, wellness and self-care. And I think Dr. Ranjani Manian, I think we'll request you once again to come on to the dais to moderate this session. Radhe Jaggi is here. I don't have to introduce her to you all know. Daughter of Sadhguru, classical dancer, Bharatanatyam artist. And we have Ms. Tanvi Shah, Indian singer, songwriter and Grammy Award winner. So once again a fantastic 3 best people from 3 diverse backgrounds. May I request all of you to take a place on the dais, please. Check.
May I invite Tanvi and Radhe to join me on stage?
Ms. Tanvi Shah and Ms. Radhe Jaggi, you are wanted on the stage.
That your name is in there.
Well, the stage is set for a fantastic special session 3. The empowered woman, personal branding, wellness and self-care. As the distinguished speakers settle down, may I have their AV, please.
Dr. Ranjini Manian is founder chair of the Global Adjustments Foundation and a champion for women's leadership and empowerment. A 3-decade entrepreneur, author, and executive coach, Dr. Ranjini works globally through keynotes and workshops to build resilient and confident women leaders. Dr. Ranjini's work in cross-cultural leadership and women's advancement has been recognized by CII Southern Region and the Hindu Group. Miss Radhe Jaggi is a renowned Bharatanatyam dancer trained at the Kalakshetra Foundation under distinguished gurus and guided by Padma Shri Leela Samson. Miss Radhe has performed widely across India and internationally, including in the USA, Korea, Malaysia and the UK. Honored with the title Natya Kalai Arasi by the Tamil Isai Sangam, Miss Radhe is known for her graceful style that blends expressive abhinay with classical precision. Miss Tanvi Shah is an internationally acclaimed Indian singer and songwriter and the first Indian woman to win a Grammy Award. Miss Tanvi gained global recognition for her Spanish lyrics in the Oscar-winning song Jai Ho from Slumdog Millionaire, composed by A.R. Rahman. Known for her versatility, Miss Tanvi performs in multiple languages and collaborates with global artists while actively supporting social causes.
Well, great panel there. We have all the art form on the stage. May I now invite Dr. Ranjini Manian to take the session forward.
You can all take the celebrity picture and crop me out of it. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience and applauding so much for session 1, 2 and inauguration. Your hardest job is you have to applaud 10 times more for this session because we worked very hard for it. You know what we've done? One person has flown in all the way from Khajuraho, flying in just to be with you this morning, with her best male ally supporter, Sandeep Narayanan as well. And they will fly right back to Khajuraho because they haven't finished their work that they were doing there. The break was just to be with us. So thank you so much, Radhe, for making it to this session and making our day so special. And Tanvi has been so wonderful because she was invited by this, do you know this place called Isha Foundation? Okay, so that Isha Foundation, and she goes there to do vocal training, and she was in Isha, and she said, I'm not sure I can make it for this session. I said, you have to, please. So she made it back yesterday to come from Isha to talk to us. So, you know, all the more I feel the 6 degrees of separation is so real in life. Here I was inviting 2 young women that I'm a big admirer of, because they juggle it all, and they have it all, but they are really salt of the earth, grounded, available to talk. And if you ask, can you advise? The first thing Radhe will say, I'm nobody to be giving any advice. So I'm not going to use that term anymore. But I'm just saying these are role models that are needed in our generation. I'm saying our generation. It doesn't matter which part of the gen, whichever you are on. And I think we need role models. We older people, and by the way, I did do a L'Oreal touch-up yesterday, but we older people need the inspiration and the thought processes of the next generation and the further generation. My young mentee, Charvia, teaches me so much. So she's asking me on the audience, by the way, a little deviation, how many billion cells will I have when I'm an adult? Because she's very aware of her brain cells and what's going to be happening with it. So here's the beauty of having a dancer, a singer, and a personal brand ambassador of themselves authentically seated together on a stage. And the topic that MMA had given us was, what is personal branding? What is self-care? And what does wellness look like in this day of trying to be a professional? And all of you that's here as managers, and congratulations to those of you that won the awards this morning, you're all looking to, what am I going to do for my professional success and my personal happiness, right? This session will address both, and we hope you'll take away something from the stories that you can apply the moment you walk out the door. So thank you, MMA, for having me as well on this panel. So my first question is to Radhe. You were with the Mystic Musings in Khajuraho, a very small select group of event being done by Sadhguru himself. And she was doing beautiful performances there on the theme that was going to be the conversation that day. I'd love to hear from you the story that you were very briefly just mentioning to me outside here about the Shiva Parvati story, because I think there's a personal brand story to be learnt from that dance. And by the way, since you're seated so comfortably, we are fine. We are fine. See, people are copying you there. Vishaka Hari just sat also in a comfortable position. Anyone else that like to sit comfortably cross-legged? MMA has no rules against this. So you're certainly welcome to do that. I was thinking you could use your mudra and your abhinaya to tell us the story.
Just about sitting like this. When Sandeep and I had first gotten married, and I think it was the first music season first Margali season that Sandeep was singing concerts as a married man. So I was attending all his concerts, and his mother was also here with us. And we went for one kacheri, and then it was all chairs like this, and the first thing I did was put my leg up, and then I sat like this, and she said, "Enna idu saapad podra mari ukkareni." And I just remember that so distinctly in my head, because for some reason in our own country this is considered an informal way of sitting, but this has been the most formal way of sitting always. For generations, this is how we have sat. Okay, now you can't sit on the floor, but that doesn't mean that this is an informal way of sitting, or it's a not nice way of sitting, or it's honestly the most comfortable way to sit.
I agree. Till your bones creak when you're a little older.
You do some yoga, it won't creak.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So tell us about your story.
So Khajuraho temple and that whole area is a beautiful celebration of the wedding of Shiva and Parvati. Till today, on the night of Mahashivratri, the entire town, they behave as the family of Shiva and Parvati. So they get dressed up and they invite everybody to the wedding, and they count a specific number of grains of rice. Each family will count, I think 1,20,000 and something, I don't remember the exact number. They'll count the grains of rice and take it as an offering. So because we happened to be there, Sadhguru asked us to do a little performance about Shiva and Parvati's wedding. So we picked this very beautiful story where Shiva comes as a Brahmana to Parvati when she's doing tapas, because she wants to attain Shiva, or she wants to merge with him or marry him, or however you want to look at it. And so in this disguise, he comes and he says, "You're such a beautiful princess, you're the daughter of Himalayas. Why are you sitting here alone?" And so much, in Kannada we say kashta, so much difficulty. Why are you putting yourself through this? You are a princess, you can marry anybody, what's your problem? So she says, no, I have made up my mind. This is the only person for me. And he says, you have decided to marry him. You will come in your beautiful silk sari, looking beautiful like a bride, and he will come naked with just little ash smeared on him last minute. Is this the kind of man to marry? So she says, he will come draped in the night sky, full of stars. How does my silk sari compare to the night sky? And then he says, you will come in your gold jewelry and all your finery, bringing a beautiful flower garland to put on his neck. he will pick up a dirty snake and put it on his hand. And if he comes to garland you with the snake, how can you marry such a man like this? So she says, my flower garland will wither away. But do you even understand the beauty of a Nagamani? Have you ever seen one? You don't know what that beauty is. It surpasses any garland I can offer him. Then Shiva says, home also you will not have. Servants also you will not have. Even a marital bed for the two of you to share, you will not have. Food also you may not have. Is this the kind of man to marry? How can he call himself a man? So she says, all the mountains are his, all the rivers are his, all the animals and birds, everything belongs to him. So what care do I have? What do I have to worry about? Everything is his anyway. So in this way, they have this back and forth, and finally he says, you're young, you're full of life, you're full of beauty, you're full of youth. Everywhere you step, everywhere that you place your foot, flowers are blooming. But that man is just death and more death. He lives in a cremation ground. He not only wears a garland of skulls, he even goes begging with a skull in his hand. He doesn't even have a begging bowl. He has to use somebody's skull to go begging like this. Then she says, for him, life and death is equal. Life and death is the same. And he is eternal. His relevance is eternal. So what do you understand of the distinction between life and death? He is both life and death. So what do I have to worry about? So then he shows who he is, and then they have a grand, beautiful wedding that all the deities and everybody is said to have attended and celebrated. And this is something we celebrate every year on Mahashivratri. So this is the story that we performed just 2 days ago. And like a true mentor, Ranjani Akka was talking about personal branding as part of this. And I think what's unique about this, I don't know if it's personal branding, I think you all will have to decide about it, but somewhere Parvati has a moment of clarity. She understands that there is something beyond that she wants to achieve, or there is something beyond that she wants to experience. And no matter who says what, Shiva himself coming and telling her, this is the most useless man for you to marry. But somewhere her moment of clarity, she has understood something. And so she sticks with it and she says, no matter what, I will achieve it through my own ability, through my capabilities, whatever I have to do, I will do to achieve this union with Shiva. Even if he himself comes and tells her that this is a bad idea, you should not be doing these things.
See, the story of personal branding, she had clarity on who she was and her brand, but she also had clarity on the person that she'd chosen or the path that she'd chosen. And so when young managers have a path in a corporate ladder and they have to go up to, they have a certain vision where they want to be, should they be listening to all the sounds of others' opinions, or should they be thinking, I know the personal brand I'm building and the personal brand I'm becoming?
So fundamentally, let's just look at why we're talking about branding. It's because you have something to offer. There is some quality that you have or some product. Let's look at ourselves as a product, just because we're sitting in a management situation. If we're looking at ourselves as a product, first, is this product capable of everything that you claim it is capable of? Do you have the skills? Do you have the technique? Do you understand all of the trials and tribulations that may come your way? You may not face them. Maybe the path will just open up for you and it'll be easy and you'll ascend. Or maybe even if you are the most talented and the most skilled person, all kinds of impediments will come in your way. Are you very clear about what you are capable of? Are you very confident? And confidence not as an outwardly thing. Do you understand your capability? Do you know that if I put my mind to this, this and this, I know that I have something to offer. I know that I have something that is significant for other people. If that much is clear, then your brand will evolve out of that. It's not a question of somebody else wears their clothes a certain way, somebody else speaks a certain way, somebody else does their hair a certain way. Somebody else's journey up the corporate ladder has happened in a certain way. It may or may not work for you. Are there lessons to be learned from that? Yes, absolutely. But do you have the capability? If tomorrow you are given the opportunity to take over whatever it is that you want, are you capable of dealing with that situation? Or now, when you don't have that position, can you upgrade your skills so that if and when the opportunity arises, you are able to deal with it and you are able to do it to the best of your abilities?
Super.
So that's the first thing. And then when you have some clarity about this is what I want to do, this is how I want to go about it, you must listen. If the wisest person in your life speaks, if your father is speaking, your mother is speaking, your mentor is speaking, your teacher, your professor, you must listen. If a donkey is speaking, a mosquito is speaking, you must listen, because you don't know what they're going to say before they say it. They may have some understanding or a perspective that you have not looked at. Their experience of life and how they have gotten to that place is different from yours. So if you listen and pay attention to everything that everybody says, and then you look at it and say, is there something that I can take from this? Does it have value? Does it come from a place of bias and prejudice? Or does it come from some knowledge or some life experience that they have had which you have not had? And then you take from it what you can. But you cannot dismiss and say, I'm a dancer, that's a donkey, what does it know about dance? A donkey might be sitting in my audience. If it doesn't understand, it doesn't matter what great art I do. If my audience doesn't understand, it means nothing. And then I can dance at home. Why do I dance on stage? Only if the audience understands, only if you're able to take them along with you and hope that they will experience what you experience when you perform, it makes sense to give me a stage to dance on. If I'm not interested in what the audience is going to do, I'll dance at home. I'll dance beautifully. I'll dance joyfully. I'll do it at home. You don't have to pay for a ticket and come and sit in this audience and listen, watch me perform if you're not interested.
So performance is based on our passion and purpose, which we heard about in the morning sessions, but also about what is available out there with our own hard work and clarity going towards it. Very nice. Thanks, Radhe. I'm going to turn this to Tanvi, who's I don't know, she claims that she's a serendipity singer. I don't think so. But tell us about your journey. How did you become a singer?
So, I was never supposed to be a singer, first of all. I'm actually a designer. And as Vishaka ji said, divine intervention. I could hold a note. I started very late. Again, in the morning session, they said that, age is just a number. You can start at any age. I could hold a note, and I used to sing for fun. So someone gave, a karaoke session of mine. Somehow it reached Rahman sir, and the rest was history. But I didn't believe it when he called, and he called at 2:45 a.m. Now, I'm not a singer, and someone calls you at 2:45 a.m. and says, hi, this is A.R. Rahman, I want you to sing for me. And I was like, prank. Please put the phone down, I'm trying to sleep. But then there was something, I think I've always had this in me where this, if I can use the word kida, you have this kida like, okay, let me try this, let me take this risk. Maximum, he'll throw me out of the studio. Security will say, no, bhaiya jao. So, I kept getting that message. So I went to the studio, and that was a time when, the Vande Mataram song was out and everything. So he was in his white kurta, blue jeans, long hair. And, but before entering the studio, about a couple of hours before that, I sent him a message to the telephone number, which was, in touch with me in that time. I sent him a message saying, if I ever find out you are not who you're saying you are, I'm going to hunt you down. So he comes to the studio, and he comes and he plonks himself like that, and he says, so you're going to hunt me down. I said, please don't judge, sir. I didn't know. Because I'm not a trained singer. It just happened. But I think the tonality of what he liked it. And my first song was Fana from the movie Yuva, or Ayadalte. And yeah, that was it. And then the journey kept going on.
So your personal brand, you've stayed rooted in your own identity and you've stayed authentic and you've been the same naughty sort of person, calling out anybody that you think needs to be called out. But you took your passion towards excellence.
So I have to say, singing and music was my passion, not my profession. So my passion has become my profession. And I, in spite of, not being a trained singer, etc., my Western classical music started, the training started after my first song. Because somewhere I felt that, no, I should give it a shot. I don't want to be a one-song wonder. Let me see if I can conquer this industry, or let me see if I can go ahead with this. But yes, I just kept at it. I just kept at it, whichever way. And back then we didn't have, I wanted to do Hindustani classical training. No offense to Carnatic, sorry. But that's more math. I'm not good at math. So I like the Hindustani flow and everything. But having said that, I think that little bit of that gumption to keep at it and keep enjoying the process.
And learning.
And learning, yes.
Learning, discipline. So coming to discipline, Radhe, your Bharatanatyam, of course, requires a lot of discipline. You, of course, must have always known you want to be a dancer. You were in Kalakshetra, so I expected that. But yeah, you can tell that story. But more importantly, I just feel like sometimes the discipline that a dancer has and the hours of practice, the posture, the gait, just the very presence that you bring, that helps a personal brand. And I wish we could all learn that. We can't do hours of disciplined practice like you, but is there some simple way you could teach us? How do you become that brand of sitting tall, standing tall, and bringing a presence into the room?
No, I was not destined to be a dancer at all. I didn't want to go back to school after 10th standard. And I visited Kalakshetra, and it was this open, beautiful, green campus. And I met Leela Sampson there. And the passion with which she spoke about dance, it wasn't even so much that she spoke about dance, it's how she was so, she was already an older woman by then, but she was like a young girl when she was talking about dance. And I thought, whatever she's doing, I want to do that. I'd learned dance as a child in school, but I mean, like when your parents send you for class and you fight with your dance teacher, you go for music class. I fought with my music teacher, I went for Mridangam class. I fought with my Mridangam teacher, I went for dance class. I was not a serious student at all. I only started learning dance properly when I was 16, when I joined Kalakshetra. But it was more that this, the spark with which she spoke about it, the passion with which she spoke about it, and the nuance with which she spoke about it. It wasn't so much that I was interested in dance as much as all the culture that surrounded dance. And dance became a language through which I could explore literature, I could explore poetry, I could explore stories. It was more that, it was through that I fell in love with dance. I wouldn't say it was the other way around. In fact, I have a very close friend of mine who, I think if she could give up dance and become a singer, she would. But she loves dance too much to give it up. But she fell in love with dance because she loved music. So there's different ways that you can enter whatever space it is. We are talking about the arts, but it could be even in a corporate situation or in a service situation where you think you want to do one thing. Maybe you want to be an engineer, but through that, maybe you just become a scientist and you just want to study physics. Or you become an athlete because you have signed up at the NDA and you realize that your physical prowess is like this and you can play a sport and they're willing to support you. So you don't really it's not that any of us are born with some, oh, I know there are many dancers who are born as dancers. I was definitely not one of those.
Okay. So you're going to give us a tip now. We can all stand or sit or do something that we should do to have that personal brand and presence. What would you teach us?
See, I'm not, these things about how to sit and how to stand, I think especially for women, particularly Indian women, if you have grown up in a slightly traditional household, from the time that you're a girl, you're told, Amediya ire, be quiet, stand like this, be like this quietly, which is changing now. And that's something that I did not have. And I think that is what made the difference. Is that when I did yoga, I did it along with all the adults. Nobody ever treated me as a child. Nobody babied me. Nobody went kuchi kuchi ku or anything ever when I was a child. I was spoken to at my level. It's not like they were asking me how to deal with political situations, but at whatever my level of understanding was, they spoke to me as an adult, which means that I had to reply with the same responsibility that an adult would take up in the conversation. So this thing about sitting and standing is also has a lot to do with how you look at yourself. Somewhere you feel you don't want them to see you, so you sit like this. Or you feel I want everybody to see you, so you sit like this. It's neither. You have to just look at your capability and say, am I able to do this? And you do it. If you're if you know what you're talking about, if you have a certain expertise in what you're going to present, you will present it with a natural confidence and comfort. If you ask your grandmother how to make tenga chutney, she won't say, Ade konjam tenga veche. She'll tell you immediately, take 2 chilies and take this and this and this and put this much oil and do it like this. She knows it. She knows it like the back of her hand. So, if you ask her to explain Einstein's theory, she may little become like this. So it's a question of improving your capability. What is it that you know now? And how can I upgrade my skill? Or how can I learn more or research more or understand more? Or who are these people who know more than me? Can I learn from their journeys? Or is my journey completely different and then learn from somebody else? It's a question of upgrading yourself, whether it is physical upgradation. If your posture is not correct, learn how to stand properly, learn how to sit properly. If your speaking is not clear, learn how to speak properly. But understanding of your subject must be there, whatever it is. And when you meet people, there is this thing of what will they think about me, how will they look at me, what about this, what about that. If you are clear about these are the things I'm capable of and these are the things I have to learn, then what's the problem? Let them think what they want to think. You do the best that you can do.
Drop the fear of other people's opinion. Drop the FOPO, right? Absolutely. So when I started my business, I used to work with foreign companies coming into India, and I wanted to have a personal brand and some kind of executive presence with them. So what did I do? I tried to find the woman who taught Sushmita Sen, who had become Miss Universe that year, how to sit, how to stand, how to talk, how to walk, how to get in and out of a car, all of those things. And her name is Cindy Seed. So I found Cindy Seed in San Francisco and said, I want to take a lesson with you. I was expecting some very fashionable American to come and teach me. She was a little Chinese woman. And she came in and taught me a few things. And all that I remembered from what she told me in the beginning was, remember the 55-38-7 rule. And that means for any first impression, 55 marks will be given for the way you look. 38 marks will be given for the way you speak. And 7 marks will be for what you actually say. So take the time to look right, speak right, and then whatever you say will be taken seriously. And so I liked that a lot in the beginning. So I tried to wear a suit and everything and become like very Western. Hello, I was the same mommy even back in the day. Can you imagine how the BMW chairman looked at me, how Jeff Bezos of Amazon who came to our office would look at me? It didn't work. I had to quickly realize what is my personal brand. As you said, finding our own culture and wearing it on my sleeve was the brand I was comfortable with. So then you realize that you're comfortable in your own skin, and to me that is the definition of success. So as we build our personal brand, let's be comfortable in our skin. Sure, we can dress up to the next level of what we want to be respected and looked at, but we can't become another person. That was so well put. It reminded me of my own story. Thank you.
Because you're talking about what you wear and everything, particularly for our Indian bodies, there's nothing like the comfort of Indian clothes. All you have to do is, instead of taking your dupatta like this, you just put it on and don't worry about it after that. But all the time, this is here, this is there, and you get so conscious of it, find something that's more comfortable to wear. Whatever it is that you're wearing is not working for you, find something that's more comfortable for you to wear. Clothes are for your comfort. Yes, you don't want to come out of the house looking shabby, or you don't want to come out of the house without any clothes on. So you wear something. You wear what is comfortable for you, you wear what looks nice for you, and of course you have to look at the situation. Now if I'm at home, I may be in shorts and a t-shirt, I cannot come to a conference like this in shorts and a t-shirt, so you dress appropriately for the situation. But I'm equally comfortable in both. I'll climb a tree in a sari, I'll climb a tree in shorts. It makes no difference to me, because neither is an impediment to who I am, and neither is an impediment to the work that I have to do. So you look at the situation and you look at your comfort and you find a middle ground with that. Being dressed well is not about buying the clothes that look nice on somebody else. Everybody be in a uniform, and some people will stand out in that same uniform just because of how they wear it.
A shining example was Ramita, squadron leader, this morning. We saw her stand and we were like, oh my God, we were floored. So tell me about verbal communication though, because that's what you're very good at. And personal brand is beyond dress, right? Beyond the presence of what you bring into the room. So what do you actually recommend for augmenting our verbal communication, or our tone, or our voice, or pauses and so on, which comes with music?
I think, actually I'm the wrong person to ask. I can only sing. But having said that, I think the crux of it is confidence and practice. Practice will make it perfect. You have to practice. And once you keep practicing it, you build confidence. So for me, that I'm still practicing, and I know I will always keep practicing. That really helps. And once you build confidence and your authenticity, you have to be authentic to your art, to yourself, anything. I think that then just paves the way.
So I love what you say about being authentic. So what defines being authentic? Because we've heard that phrase, be authentic, by other session speakers too. Are there some steps that we should take to be authentic? Okay, they're passing the buck. This is called passing the buck.
No, so I might be going on a tangent. You know, you mentioned about the outfits and stuff like that. I was given, so at the Grammys, I was given a choice to either dress like, completely all Western and, oh, it's the Grammy carpet and yada, yada, whatever. I chose to wear an Indian outfit, though it looked a little fancy. But for me, I was representing the women of my country. I was representing my country, and I have to behave in a particular way as a woman. But I think, I was very happy that I chose the sari because at that stage, I stood out. So I think that was the best part about it. So rightly said, and I was comfortable in it. The only thing I was scared of was the glamour and the photographs and everything. But otherwise, I think, yeah.
That's wonderful. So being authentic is being comfortable. It's coming back to being comfortable in your own skin, right? What about you?
And we were talking about it outside, is that hard work trumps talent every time.
Very well said. Worth repeating. Hard work trumps talent every time.
Because many people are born talented in many different fields. There are prodigies in many different fields, whatever your field may be. But that is like 1% or 2% of the population. You think all the successful musicians were all born singing beautifully? They worked hard. All the dancers, I was just telling Akka this, I was the worst, maybe not the worst dancer, but I was definitely one of the terrible dancers in my class. There were 15 of us in Kalakshetra, and nobody, none of my teachers, none of my classmates, nobody ever expected that I would take up dance. It was simply not possible that Radhe would become a dancer because the learning environment was different from what I was used to. I was also 17, 18, and I also had my own opinions and ideas about all kinds of things. But there were many girls who were incredibly talented, beautiful, beautiful dancers in my class. Not a single one of them dances anymore. Because I knew that I loved it, and if I wanted to continue doing it, I had no choice but to become good at it. Nobody wants to watch a bad dancer. So I had to sit down and say, okay, if this is what I'm going to do with my life, then I have to put in the effort to be good at it. And arts is one field which works both ways. One is you can clearly see where you started and where you are going in terms of technique, which may be in an intellectual situation maybe you cannot judge so easily. But how I hold my hand and how I used to hold my hand then are two different things, and I can tell very clearly that there's this much progress. In 3 months' time, I was this much better. In 6 months' time, I was that much better. Career-wise, there is no judgment for that. That is, that's its own game. But in terms of your skill, it's very easy to watch whether you're improving or not. Today I'm able to sing this song, today I'm not able to sing this song, tomorrow I'm able to sing this song. It's a very clear step of improvement, which you may or may not have in your own careers. But if you don't work at it, and if you don't sit down and decide, okay, these are the places in which I am lacking, so let me upgrade my skill. I can only come back to that. If you work at it, you can improve, and you are capable of doing pretty much anything. You just have to figure out what are all the things I have to learn to be good at it. And learn those things, that's all.
Yes. I also
Yes,
want to
thank you,
add
Radhe. Thank
that...
you. Yes, Tanvi. Sorry. I also want to add that only you can do it. No one else is going to do it for you. It's only you. You have to take that extra step. You have to walk that path. Which brings me to the story of wellness and self-care. And I know, with your permission, Tanvi, that you had a health scare 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. A little scare, but you took it in your stride. She was actually diagnosed with cancer, and Tanvi took it so beautifully and has become a role model for us. Please tell us steps there for self-care.
I won't say beautifully. I had my trials and tribulations, and I did all the wailing and crying and everything. Have to say, we're human. If you have to cry it out, cry it out. Finish off with it. But the next step was, you know, when the doctor, I was performing. I was in France, Germany, Malaysia, and my last spot was Kashi. And I come back, and my doctor says, "Oh, you're positive." And my life just flashed by me. And I was speechless, and all the crying, as I said, crying, wailing, everything. But then immediately, I remember within 7 minutes, I looked at him and I said, "Okay, what next?" I was still crying. I still had tears. But I was like, "Okay, what next? What are we going to do?" I wanted to get out of it. I wanted to, you know, finish off with that. I kind of wanted to jump that stage, but it was a process. You have to go through that process. Unfortunately, you have to go through that to realize what's ahead of you. It's very important. You know, the process, we forget the process. It's not only for, you know, when you're sick or anything like that. While practicing, it's the process. For learning, it's the process. Go through that. And I think you'll come out, you know, winning.
This morning, Anu Hassan said this. Why me to why not me to what next?
Yeah.
You literally have lived that and inspired us with it. So when we think we have a big challenge tomorrow, the gas isn't enough in the kitchen or whatever else is the big challenge, we have to remember what next? And we just have to get on with it, right? Can I ask you to sing a few lines of Jai Ho for us? Would you like that, audience?
Everyone's saying yes. Will you sing with me? Yes. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Hey, aja, aja, jinde shamiyane ke tale, aja zari wale neele asmane ke tale, shabbe gam, game dil, hale dil, bekhudi. Thank you.
Was that your best Jai Ho, audience? Or they could have been a little louder?
They can be a little louder.
You have the Grammy award-winning person herself leading you in Jai Ho. You should be clapping and Jai Hoing away, isn't it? Thank you. So what is a self-care ritual? Sorry. Irade can sing. Okay. They want you to do something now.
No, you don't want to hear me sing, I promise you.
Yeah. We'd love Sandeep Narayanan to join us on stage. You are the most important male ally. You're not here as Sandeep Narayanan. We don't know who that is. You're here as the male ally that's most important for women to progress. And that's what we need everywhere. So come teach a few more of our spouses, partners, brothers, fathers, how to support a woman so that she can live out her potential. Can you sing for us?
Sometimes you need to know when to stay silent.
Words of wisdom from my husband.
All right. So can I talk about a self-care ritual? Because I was very keen to know that...
Sorry, just on that, I have to say though, that I think we find ourselves in a very different situation, I would say from, let's say my mother's generation, me, and the next generation, these three generations of women, where our situation between home and work is very different. Especially, let's say, my mother's generation. You had to take care of the family and have a career. And now our responsibilities of taking care of the home is a little bit less than my mother or my grandmother would have had to do. And the next generation, it's possible that it's a little bit less. And it's important that we don't look at men as some other creatures that have come from far, far away. They are human beings with careers, with brains, with heart, with emotion, with everything. If you treat them like human beings and if you speak to them and make them understand, then they will also look at you the same way. Somewhere we have decided that they are the problem. And everywhere in the workspace, in the home, you're battling the people that you love. I don't understand why. This person who stands next to you and he's going to spend the rest of his life with you, or your son, or your brother, or your uncle, whatever conditions they are putting on you, you should sit like this, stand like this, walk like this, do like this. Does it come from a place of love and care? Or is it just a question of power? You have to navigate your relationship that way. Because whatever it is, your father has love and affection for you. It may express itself in different ways. Either you have to have the maturity to deal with the situation, or he has to have the maturity to recognize the situation. So far, it may not have happened from his side. So it's up to you now to understand that this person doesn't know any other way of being. It may take you one day to convince him, it may take you 30 years to convince him. But you have chosen to be with this person. This person is your father, this person is your uncle, this person is your husband, this person is your son. You have to deal with people the way that they are. That person is the way that that person is. The same way that if a child misbehaves, you cannot just say, oh, this child is no good, I'll have another one. You have to work with that child and see what is it that that child is capable of. Why do you think that once they become adults, they're not capable of improvement? It may take a lot. It may take you 30 years, 50 years to get them to the place. But you're going to spend your life with them. You might as well make it a beautiful thing.
I'll just have you know that while you were saying you should deal with them the way they are, Sandeep Narayanan was applauding.
See, Sandeep and me, we have a particularly unique situation because both of us are artists. So getting into the marriage itself, we knew that neither of us is going to be at home. It's just simply not going to happen. He's on tour, I'm on tour. We don't go on tour to the same places or at the same time. In fact, if he lands in Chennai, usually that's the day that I'm leaving. And if I'm landing in Chennai, that's the day that he's leaving. So as much as possible, we try and see, can we coordinate our schedules and do it, but it doesn't happen. I can crib and I can complain. You never spend time with me. You're never at home. You don't do this. You're not like this. We don't go here together. You don't take me out to dinner. I can complain about that. Or, I mean, I have great appreciation for the fact that I can have a full-fledged career and the expectation for me to be a certain kind of wife is not there. Now, I understand that it is a unique situation and I'm not saying that this is everybody's situation, but it is possible to bring it to some degree. You may not have 100% of that. You may have 10% of that, 20% of that, 50% of that, and it will change over time. The person, I mean, who I was at 24 when we got married, I am not the same person today. He is not the same person that I married either. So it's a question of understanding where the other person is mentally, physically, emotionally, career-wise, and working on it. Don't just decide that this person is like this and that's it. Because if I said that about any of you, you would feel very wronged. Yes? If I said, okay, all of you, wherever you are in your career, this is all you're capable of. Would you be insulted or not? So why do you do that to the people around you? The people that you love, you judge them the most and tell them this is all you're capable of. But if they did the same to you, you would be so upset and so insulted and so, of course I'm capable of more. Can I not learn? Can I not push myself? How can you say that this is all I'm able to do? That's the first thing, right?
So how is it to be Sadhguru's daughter?
I am not Sadhguru's daughter. I am not Sandeep Narayan's wife. I am not a Bharatanatyam dancer. I am not a yoga teacher. I am none of these things. I have certain capabilities and I have certain responsibilities. I have the privilege of being somebody's daughter, which means that everywhere I go, the love that they have for him, it just overflows and it spills onto me. And I have great appreciation for that. The love that people have for Sandeep as a musician, when they meet me, it spills over onto me. I have great appreciation for that. People who see me on stage in costume and makeup and jewelry and everything, they have appreciation for my art and that spills over onto me. But when I'm sitting here, I'm not sitting here thinking, oh, I'm Sandeep Narayan's wife, I'm Sadhguru's daughter. It's not a reflection of my capabilities. It's simply not. I'm just Radhe. And I will fulfill all of these responsibilities to the best of my abilities. Sometimes I will do well, sometimes I will fail. But in my head, I am not any of these people. You may see me as somebody's daughter, you may see me as somebody's wife, you may see me as a Bharatanatyam dancer. But if I carried, oh, but you know who I am? Then my capability is... I mean, what's the point? Why do you want to listen to somebody's daughter? You listen to somebody because they're capable of something.
Very nice. Very well said. I applaud you. I wanted to ask you which is the most important self-care ritual that you think has helped you in your life? We'll start with Tanvi maybe. That has helped you in your life to be the professional that you are. Because one of the important things in the topic we are supposed to talk about today, and it's coming through in all your stories, is self-care, and women tend to put themselves last. So all the more reason why we wanted to bring that topic into this session. What does a self-care ritual look like that you would not like to do away with and that you try to practice every day?
Silence.
Okay, but I learned it only after my cancer jolt. Till then, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to the gym. I'm fine. I'm such a fit person. I'm doing this. I'm doing surfing. Ye, wo. Nothing. Finally, when that jolt hits you, you have to learn to just switch off, which is very important. At some point during the day, you have to learn to switch off. Take time out for yourself. Cut the cacophony outside. You know, I'm also an Isha meditator and I follow Sadhguru. So he was like, you know, you take your phone and go kit, 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 in the morning. Don't do that. That's the worst thing. Sleep, wake up, you know, at 4 or 4:30. Do your yoga, meditation, but practice silence. Keep quiet. And because that is when you sit with yourself, you can plan out your day, you can schedule your day, or you can decide on what you want to do, the next sadhana you want to do, where you want to go, etc. So for me, I think
Practice of silence.
yeah.
Great, great. And I actually love Miracle of Mind, and I'm sure you can share with the audience a quick snippet. Actually, I wanted to play a part of that audio for you, but it's a 7-minute meditation, and we can't cut it in the middle. So I encourage you all to try it out on your own. 7 minutes of the opposite of what we're saying, personal branding. It's the opposite. It's saying, I'm not the body, I'm not even this mind.
I actually have to say, I'm sorry I'm cutting you. It's an amazing, amazing 7-minute ritual. You can get it on your phone, and you just have to practice that.
So I'm just saying it's beautiful, but I'd love to hear from Radhe, and you're a practitioner too. What would you encourage us to do as your ritual that we could also follow?
See, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what yoga is. If you stand and twist, and Sadhguru says if you look like a leftover noodle, people think that's what yoga is. But as much as the asanas are definitely an integral part of yoga, it is not about what you're doing with your physical body. Right now, how you are within yourself. Is it because you want to be that way, or is it because people around you are making you feel a certain way? You tell me, when you get angry, is it because you want to get angry or because somebody else has made you angry? So why do you give somebody else this much control that they define who you are and how you are? If there is a certain stability within yourself, you decide how you experience life. So this is the methodology of yoga. Meditation is not about close your eyes and focus on something and magically it will happen. That's not the point. The point is, can you do certain practices that will allow you to experience your life the way that you want to experience your life? You don't allow somebody else to decide whether you're angry. You don't allow somebody else to decide if you are joyful. You don't allow somebody else to define if you are calm. And there is a methodology to make this happen. Oh, but he said this, how can I not react to it? That's a choice that you have. So something as simple as Miracle of Mind, which is an app that you can download and you can just put your headphones in, and it's a guided meditation process. It's a minimum of 7 minutes, but if you wish to sit for longer, you're welcome to sit for longer. There is a little distinction between this is my body, this is my mind, and this is who I am. And once a little distance comes, then you deal with your body the way your body needs to be dealt with. You deal with your mind the way your mind needs to be dealt with. You deal with your emotions, meaning thoughts, emotions, all of that I'm putting in the category of mind. So there is a certain space within yourself that you realize this is my life, or this is your, whatever it is that you consider your life. And you handle your body and your mind the way you want to handle it, not the way somebody else has decided you should handle it. So the Miracle of Mind is a very simple step towards this. If you do the practice on a regular basis, then it's not something that you enforce. Okay, this is my body, I have to fix it. This is my mind, I have to fix it. If you try to control your mind, if you say, don't think about monkeys, 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 monkeys. It is about doing a certain practice or creating a certain methodology through which your experience of life is transformed. Your experience of life is different. Based on that, then no matter what situation you're in, you deal with it with the way that situation needs to be dealt with. You don't deal with it because you have personal likes and dislikes or you have personal biases about somebody or something. You look at the situation and deal with the situation the way the situation needs to be dealt with. It's like we wear a sari and come for this event because this is the situation that we are in. If we're meeting in a beach, then I will come in rubber chappals and shorts because the situation is the beach and the ocean and we have to walk in the sand. If I come in my wedding clothes to the beach, I'll look like a fool and I'll be uncomfortable. The situation is ocean or the situation is this conference. So you deal with it the way that it needs to be done. Not because somebody else comes and pokes you so you get all messed up. Does it mean that that person is affected or are you affected by it?
So I love that both of you are saying the same thing. That silence and a practice of yoga where you're practicing your mind or to distance yourself from your mind and body is a daily ritual that helps you with professional success. I 100% vouch for that. That's what has allowed me in these last 3 decades that I've done it, of helping me stay grounded with whatever happens. Next moment, the catastrophes will come. But you will be able to go back into a green room, sort of, every day, into that room of silence, to just charge yourself with no external world and you're able to quiet your thoughts. So I hope that everybody in this audience tries that out because it is really a wonderful way, right in our hand, to use our breath and silence ourselves to be able to deal with the world. There was a question that was from the audience, but I think we ran out of time.
Run out of time. We have many questions, but I think all questions have been answered.
Most questions have been answered. So just as a wrap up, your brand is who you are and you are comfortable with who you are, that defines success. And that is what we heard from both our wonderful speakers. Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you, Radhe. Thank you, MMA. Thank you, audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful session, Ms. Ranjani. I think you brought the best out of them. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come along with Ms. Sandhya Shekhar to present a memento for the distinguished speakers, along with Mr. Anthony, who is a committee member. Anthony, come fast. Yes, let's give it up to our Jai Ho. Jai Ho moment for all of us here. Thanks, Tanvi, for being here. I think today we have Mr. Sandeep Narayan as well as Radhe Jaggi, both of them in Chennai. So, good. Good to have you both here. Would you like to join them? Sandeep, come on to the stage. Come on. Since both of you are in Chennai today, please click a photograph together at MMA. Great. So I think we had 3 fabulous special sessions today, and the last one is going to be the, I think, icing on the cake before we go and have a cake outside actually for lunch. We're not holding you too much from lunch. Just 15-20 minute session. It's going to be really a live demonstration by Elixify, a group company of Kevin Care Limited. They'll be making a live demonstration, the power of presence in executive styling, grooming and skincare. Just give us a couple of minutes as we call onto the stage two consultant dermatologists and a practicing beautician. They will be demonstrating live on stage as we set up the lunch for you all. May I invite on stage Dr. Manasa and Dr. Subha? Thank you, madam. Please come. As Dr. Subha and Dr. Manasa take their place on the dais, may I have the AV, please.
Dr. Mansa Devi Rajkumar, MBBS, MD, DBA, is a consultant dermatologist at Elixify Aesthetic Clinic Salon and Spa with expertise in dermatology, dermatosurgery, Botox and fillers.
We'll keep it.
Experience at institutions, Science Medical College and Apollo Clinics. Dr. Mansa blends clinical excellence with aesthetic expertise. Dr. Mansa has helped over 2,500 clients achieve healthier skin through personalized, research-driven treatments. Dr. Subhapi, MBBS, DDBL, DMB, DBL, FAD, is a consultant dermatologist at Elixify Aesthetic Clinic Salon and Spa known for her expertise in evidence-based dermatology and aesthetic care. A recipient of the Best Thesis Paper Award at Dermazone South 2023, Dr. Subha combines strong academic credentials with clinical experience from leading hospitals and aesthetic centers. Dr. Subha focuses on delivering safe, personalized treatments that help clients maintain healthy and confident skin.
Well, we have over 700 people watching this program online. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us online as well. We have Dr. Manasa and Dr. Subha here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Both of them practicing consultant dermatologists, and they will be helped by Ms. Roshni Nichani today, an experienced bridal makeup artist and a beauty expert who will show us how to create a simple, elegant daily makeup, which will be, I think, very important to all of you. May I now request Ms. Manasa to take the session forward.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Subha, consultant dermatologist. I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, but it will be a quick and an interesting session. So, in leadership spaces today, our presence speaks even before we utter a word. The way we present ourselves subtly reflect our confidence and self-respect. We have an interesting live demonstration of executive styling and grooming coming up. But before that, as a dermatologist, I would like to tell you, only the grooming is just not vanity. It's not only about the luxury products or the gadgets we use to style ourselves. True executive presence starts from within, which includes your systemic wellness and mindful skincare. So today we are going to decode the biological connection between our nutritional deficiencies and hormonal fluctuations and the wellness of your skin and hair. So according to your body considers your skin and hair to be the least important structures. So whenever you have any kind of stress like your nutritional deficiency or your hormonal fluctuations, the brunt is borne by your hair and the skin. So these signs, they appear on your skin and hair long before they show up on your blood work. So we'll speak about the 4 essential micronutrients and their deficiencies which play a major role on your skin and hair health. And these include vitamin B12, vitamin D, ferritin, and zinc. So moving on to B12. So B12 is also known as the pigment protector. So when you're deficient in B12, you'll experience pigmentation, particularly in your lips and in your palms and knuckles. And you'll also experience some premature graying, that is aging before the graying before the age of 30, which is very common nowadays. And you might also experience some unexplained hair fall and some pins and needle sensations on your hands and feet. So B12 deficiency is common in vegetarians because B12 is predominantly present in meat and eggs. So correcting your B12 often improves your pigmentation and your overall wellness. Now moving on to vitamin D. It is also known as the sunshine vitamin, as you all know. It is synthesized in our skin after sun exposure. But here lies the paradox. Our very own sunscreens, which protect our skin from aging, tanning, and skin cancers, they reduce the vitamin D synthesis. And certain lifestyle habits like predominantly an indoor lifestyle and certain cultural aspects like a modest dressing covering almost all of your body can lead to vitamin D deficiency. So why do we need vitamin D? Vitamin D anchors your hair. It is responsible for maintaining the growth of your hair. And most importantly, it also helps in the absorption of calcium, so which is responsible for bone health, especially during your menopause and postmenopausal period. So how do we get your vitamin D, necessary vitamin D, and what is the appropriate sunlight exposure? So recommendations say at least 5 to 10 minutes of sun exposure on your face, arms, and legs for at least twice a week will be sufficient to get your vitamin D. Some dietary sources of vitamin D include certain milk products, fortified milks especially, and also other dairy products like cheese. So, and then moving on to ferritin. So ferritin is also known as your oxygen carrier. So interestingly, many women with normal hemoglobin, they'll have reduced ferritin levels. So it is, why? Because we as women, we undergo menstruation, pregnancy, and we have a constant loss of iron stores from our body. So you'll feel, when you're deficient in ferritin, you'll feel tiredness all the time, and extreme hair shedding, dryness of your skin, and chapped lips. So why blood investigations are important? Blindly taking supplements is not ideal. So these are all very simple blood tests which you can get it done. And you consult an expert if you are experiencing pigmentation, hair shedding, premature graying of the hair, dryness of your skin. So these simple blood tests will help you. So measuring your B12 levels, ferritin levels, vitamin D, and zinc is another mineral which also you'll have to take care of, because zinc plays a role in your acne and also general immune function. Besides your vitamins, your hormones also influence your hair and skin health, particularly your thyroid hormones. So when you're low in your thyroid hormones, for example, with hypothyroidism, you'll feel dryness of your skin and, of course, shedding of the hair. So please have a check on your thyroid hormone levels, which is usually done in fasting. And, of course, the blood glucose. India is becoming the diabetes capital of the world. So certain skin signs like skin tags, darkening of the neck, and also some infections, skin infections like skin boils, they can appear on your skin way before, even years before you're diagnosed with diabetes. So these signs, they signify insulin resistance and also pre-diabetes. So if you have certain signs, you can prevent the development of diabetes. And last but not the least, certain androgens. So these are common in young women with PCOS. So they usually experience a triad of symptoms like acne, increased body hair growth, and thinning of the hair. So when these signs are present, please seek medical advice. So focus on your diet, your nutrition, and also general well-being. Stay hydrated, spend some time in the sunlight, and your skin will be naturally radiant. So now you have certain idea about the internal wellness. I would like to call upon my colleague Dr. Manasa to give you some essential tips on skin and hair care. Thank you.
So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dr. Manasa Rajkumar, consultant dermatologist at Elixify Clinics. So, I would like to share a few skincare and hair care tips with you all. So, in terms of skin and hair care, complexity always leads to inconsistency. By this, I mean following a simple routine is very important, but it should also be effective. So, for skincare, to start with skincare, follow the CMP rule. That is, cleanse, moisturize, and protect. For cleansing, use a gentle cleanser, like twice daily, and moisturize. Always moisturize on damp skin. It helps in locking in the moisturizer. And then, followed by a sunscreen after 20 minutes of applying moisturizer. The sunscreen should be a minimum of SPF 30 with visible light protection. And always follow the 2-finger rule for the face and neck. So, also use a sunscreen that suits your skin type. This is very important. And going on to hair care. So, in terms of hair care, start with oiling. How many of you think that oiling of hair promotes hair growth? So, does it really promote hair growth? No, oiling of hair does not promote hair growth. Oil is only meant for conditioning of hair and does not promote hair growth. It was actually a myth that was followed so many years. So, according to our Indian skin types and the climate that we have, oiling weekly once or twice, that 2 hours prior to hair wash is good. You should never keep oil more than that. And a pure coconut oil is fine. No need of any other variety of oil to condition your hair. Next, going on to shampooing. Shampooing, remember, shampooing, the frequency of shampooing always depends upon the amount of sebum production from your scalp. So, according to Indian skin types, shampooing twice or thrice weekly is more than enough. And also use a gentle hair care shampoo. By gentle, I mean SLS, paraben, and fragrance-free shampoo with a pH between 4.5 to 5.5. And always, shampoo is meant for the scalp. Don't apply it on the strands of your hair. And then going on to the conditioning of hair. So, compared to conventional conditioners, now research states that leave-in hair serums are much better as it causes lesser breakage of hair. And also, conditioners or leave-in hair serums are meant for the strands of the hair, not for the scalp. So, next, to cover styling, never tie your hair too tightly. It will result in traction alopecia. And also, always use a widely toothed comb to comb your hair, and never comb a wet hair. It will cause more breakage. So, before styling, always use a heat protectant spray. And the nutrition part, take a well-balanced diet, that is with a high protein diet rich in iron, zinc, and antioxidants. All of this is good for both skin and hair. And going on to the red flag signs. that you need to look into is, first, in case if you have any patchy alopecia, and also if the hair fall count is more than 150 to 200 strands per day. Normally, you can experience up to 50 to 100 strands per day, but anything more than that, you have to look into it. And a few blood tests that I would like to suggest, and that will also give you an insight about your hair and skin health, are CBC, vitamin D, vitamin B12, thyroid function test, and serum ferritin. So, with this, I conclude, and my take-home message is that always follow a simple routine that will keep you consistent and also give you real valuable results in terms of skin and hair health. Thank you. Yes. She's Roshni.
Maybe 10 minutes I'll try. Am I audible? Yes? Okay, perfect. I understand two things are running in your mind. First thing is it's lunchtime, all of us are very hungry. And second is none of us want a long lecture, so I'll keep it very simple. I'll straight start with makeup. So first thing is always make sure whenever you start with makeup, it has to be a clean face. Okay, no previous day kajal or liner leftovers there. Then second will be moisturize your face. If you guys have any doubts, please ask me while I'm doing it because I've been told to keep it short. Yes. So none of us want a patchy foundation or patchy concealing. So that's why we make sure that it's moisturized well. Okay. Next is, since I'm teaching you guys makeup, which is for day-to-day office going, very simple, very nude makeup look, nothing heavy. So I'm doing next is with the sunscreen, and also I'm not using too many tools. I'm just keeping it very simple with my fingers for you all to understand. So this, with the moisturizing and with the sunscreen, I think we take a minute. Yeah, so we'll keep it short with that for your day-to-day as well. Okay, next will be, since we've done the skin prep very well, next we'll be doing concealing. Concealing, does anyone know what a concealer does, or do you all use it on a regular basis? Okay, so it's basically 10 times thicker than a foundation. It just helps to conceal wherever, it's pigmented, darks, under eye, acne, anything which you really need to conceal is when it helps. So I'm using a concealer on her. I'm using it with my fingers. I just go in areas where it really is needed. So if you see, her under eye is what I will conceal. So only in areas where it really is needed, not all over the face. Okay? So if you see, I've barely applied the concealer. See, when you do makeup, it shouldn't be like you have done a lot of makeup and you've come. It should always be just a well-defined version of yourself, not too heavy on the face. Next, I will be doing the powder. No. I'll be fixing up the entire place where it's wet.
How long does it last, madam?
This lasts the entire day, sir. Yes. If we do it in the right technique, because it will last. Only towards the end, maybe it will crack. Yes. Next is doing a blush. Remember, always blush really uplifts the face. Even if you think you have a long day, but instantly when you do a blush, it uplifts your face. It makes you look younger. It makes you look like, oh, vibrant and happy that way. Then I will be doing a look down. Then I will be doing an eyeliner. Yeah. So all of us use liquid eyeliners or sketch eyeliners, and it gets very difficult for us to get it the right shape or get the right wing. So for me, I would always say you take any kajal, just apply close to the lash line, like as close to the lash line if you can. Same thing with the other side as well. Yes. Now I take a brush, it's an angular sharp brush. Close your eyes. I would just blend it and make it look like as if it's a winged liner. This is the easiest technique to do a liner, just very soft blended. I'm not sure if you can see, but okay. So the eyeliner is done. You don't have to necessarily go with, a sketch liner or a liquid liner. Then I would do the lipstick. You can always use a lip liner to outline your lips, and then you can brush it with the lipstick. It gets easier for you to draw the marking, and then also with this, the lipstick stays throughout the day. Then I'm doing a lipstick. Any liquid lipstick works very well. Yes. And the last will be a good mascara. Yes. It's almost
So how do
done.
we
If
contour the face?
Contour we generally do, but on a day-to-day basis, I don't think it's required. Yeah, but generally we contour on the sides and the nose contour, the chin, double chin contour. But generally, if you're just stepping out for work, I don't think you'll have so much time to do it. But this simple makeup is good to go, like a good lipstick, the eyeliner especially if you've learnt the way I have taught today, and a mascara also lifts the face completely. So if these 4 or 5 things you use it on a day-to-day basis, automatically your skin looks nice, you feel more confident at work also. While talking to people, you know that you're looking good, so everything works well. Yeah. Anybody has any other doubts? Yes? So we're good to go? Yeah? We all can maybe break for lunch? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this must have been one of the shortest makeup sessions we've seen, no? Lovely.
Yes.
So
had it at gunpoint.
let's give it up to them for that itself. I mean, they kept the time. Right?
Sure, thank you, sir.
So they have been more hungry for more makeup, but there's some other hunger that's waiting.
Yeah, I understand.
So thank you so much. I think we'll invite Mr. Anjani Manian, Dr. Sandhya Shekhar and Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come on to the dais. And of course, Ms. Akila, who's arranged this. Thank you so much. So all the ladies who have been so interestingly watching this, you can consult them, Dr. Manasa and Dr. Subha. And may also invite Ms. Roshni to be on the stage to accept a small memento from us. And they will be available here. Please consult them for any help that you may need and they will guide you perfectly. Yeah. So my request all of you to step forward and accept the memento, please. So they have told so much about the hair care. I wish I met them some 20 years ago.
You'll take it for me or is it for my name? The moment. Alex, my name. Yeah, that's it.
Ma'am, please come.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Book is for you to read.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Come, doctor. You're very important. Come. Right? You can see the tree growing in your name.
You come here.
Please stay back, all those who are in the room. Just we'll have a national anthem and after that we can leave. Please. Yeah.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Just a reminder to please give us the feedback, scanning the QR code. Please don't forget to collect your gift hampers after your lunch. Lunch is served. Please join us for lunch. Have a great weekend. Until we meet again, all those who are watching us online as well, thank you for being with us this morning. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.